Hello, hello, everyone. Happy orbital completion. We've survived
Wow.
another trip around the sun, and it's perihelion day.
What?
So, yay.
Perihelion Day. What does that mean exactly? Perihelion
Closest to
Day.
the sun.
Closest, right.
And
I was thinking
also
of.
moving our fastest.
And what's the other one? The one that's furthest away. God, I can't even remember. It's something
Aphelion.
other helion. Athelion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, that's fantastic. I at the heat that I am in, I do feel very close to the sun right now. I feel like it's snuggling up to me, and it is incredibly hot. I've got my fan on. I've got no hair. Everything's working out in my favor, really. But it's still very hot over here. I have to say. So that does track as far as I'm concerned. So thank you. How are you, Ember?
I've been better, but I've been worse. I'm kind
That's
of
true.
existing.
Hmm. Well, I'm glad you exist. I'm glad you are existing. That is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It's great to be back. I'm terribly sorry about the last week. I was away visiting family and I did not get back until a bit later in the day, so I could not make it and we had to cancel. So that's totally my fault. Pesky family. No, they're fantastic. It was actually a nice trip. So thank you for indulging me. And yeah, to get away from things. I watched no news, which was fantastic.
That's a good
It was a
idea.
great break. Yeah. Just while I was away, I did not even open a news site, which was fantastic and a much needed relief from the stupidity going on around the world. So yeah, I'm so glad we're back though. I have to sort of refresh myself to what was going on. I think that William Lane Craig was talking endlessly and forcing us to sort of comment on everything he was saying because it was just so bafflingly bad. And I do remember part of this debate. Like his stance was basically, well, let's assume God exists now. Prove me wrong. Like I'm going to make these sort of open-ended. It's possible that God exists. Now you've got to come up with a defeater as to why he doesn't, or else I win by default. It was really bafflingly bad, as far as I can remember.
It's a big part of it. He also had a couple of syllogisms, like they're what is it? I forget exactly how he phrased it. I should have. I said I was going to put it on a T-shirt. I should have done it. Then I could just check the T-shirt. But
Okay.
it's if I recall correctly, it's something like objective evils exist. Or no, exact fuck. Anything that exists has to be created by God. Objective evils do exist. Therefore, objective evils are because of God, or something like that.
Right, but that's begging the question
Well,
because
yeah.
you have to show the god before you can sort of attribute anything created to a god. Like, you haven't shown that objective things can only be created by a god. Because I can make a chair, and that's an objective thing.
Maybe you're a god. Can you prove you're not?
Maybe. I can't prove that I'm not. I don't have a defeater to my own godhood. Yeah,
Oh
that's
no!
fantastic. I do not have a defeater for that. Thanks, Bill. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, I that one, and of course he did the whole Kalam thing, which was I really did like the Peter McMillan, and he used a couple of sort of syllogisms that were similar to my own, which I was so happy with. Like I've never seen him before. I was pretty impressed, but as so often on this show, the people that impress us and actually make sense, we have less to go through to pick out the flaws in their arguments.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like we didn't spend enough time on Peter McMillan. But then again, if he's making really good points, then yeah, we're going to go, hey, that's a good point. Not, oh, that makes absolutely no sense. Because if you really consider this, he's just assuming that God exists and then basically asking you to debunk their existence.
It's
Oh dear.
it's wild to me that like we take people who have sensible things to say and we mostly set them aside and focus most of our energy on the people who say the batshit crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I get it. Like Craig takes more time because everything he says has to be addressed individually. Whereas with Professor Peter, we can just be like, he's not wrong. Moving on.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. Yeah. The
But
bullshit
I don't know.
asymmetry principle strikes again, I guess.
Yeah, damn it, Brandolini. I blame him for
Brandolini's law.
inventing it.
Yeah.
Or like I blame Newton
Weird.
for gravity.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't invent the concept. He just pointed out the actual. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us. Lovely to see you, folk. We've already seen a
Yes.
couple of folks, Lil and Sapphire, and everybody out there. Thank you all for stopping by. If you're watching in the future, we're here every other weekend. On the opposite weekend, we're over on Mark's channel. We go back and forth like that. It's more fun. So make sure you subscribe to both channels. And also, we do every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern. We've got a morning show. In fact, it's rebranding. This starting this Monday. It'll be called Learn Together Live, which is I'm excited. I haven't updated the thumbnails yet because it literally just occurred to me today, and I am buried under other stuff to do. But going forward, that's what it will be. So make sure you're subscribed. Join us. We do all the cool things.
What's it called? Sorry, what are you rebranding it as? I thought it was like Hot Topics.
Yes, it going forward, it'll be Learn Together Live.
Learn Together Live. That's awesome. Okay, fantastic.
Because it says what we're doing.
And less chance of Hot Topic suing you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's a lesser detail, but it is a detail because there've been a few people in the last month who have tried to say such and thus and such is a hot topic, and they're like, oh wait, that's the name of a show. Like, okay, maybe that name is more trouble than I thought. But yeah.
Oh, look, whatever you're happy with, but yeah, definitely I've learned a few things off of it. So yeah, absolutely, Learning Together Live is great. That's fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, I really like it because like it one of the hardest things about doing a regular show is clearly communicating what's going on. And the fact that we're trying to learn things together while live is pretty fucking remarkable. Like there's learning-based channels that do some amazing stuff, but they do it with pre-produced videos, which you can take all the time you need on. You can put all the edits you need into. We're doing it live every fucking weekday. And it's kind of impressive. And I want people to know that's what's going on.
Yeah, that's awesome. I must admit, this is the flip side with the internet. For all of its misinformation and stuff, we do get to learn stuff that we never would have access to otherwise. I was having that conversation with somebody because in Australia we've got the School of the Air, which is sort of all the remote people. And now they just use the internet, and it's just fantastic. Like they have opportunities to actually get education that they never would have had access to, which is so good. At the same time, the misinformation stuff. Look, benefits and benefits and detriments, I guess, just flowing out of this thing. But that's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, getting a makeover for the new year. But I digress. I mean, tangents. People come here for the tangents. But we do get to start with Peter Millican, because Craig just finished his I forget
Millican,
which
yeah.
rebuttal we're on, but it's Peter's turn again. Oh my. I mean, this is part 3. It can't go on that much longer, even though it says we're only not quite halfway through. It's I don't know. I should peek ahead and find out where the debate actually ends and they go into I assume a Q&A. I don't know. I'm a silly bean. But yeah, let's hit it, shall we?
Bill's made some very interesting responses there, but I'm going to come back to those once I know how much time I've got.
That's a diplomatic way of saying it, isn't it? He's made some very interesting responses there. Yeah, no, I would agree. Yeah. Yes,
fair enough.
Indeed. Yeah.
He's got some he said words.
Yeah, it's his choice of clothing is very interesting, I would say. Yes.
For that, I want to say something about the fine-tuning argument, and that will be pertinent to some of the comments that Bill has already made. So the fine-tuning argument is based on some apparent coincidences in physics that are genuinely intriguing, and I would concede this much to it, that if there is a physically inexplicable coincidence of the fundamental constants of nature, whose values have to be precisely tuned within a wide range of otherwise available possibilities to make a complex universe possible, then this constitutes a phenomenon which very naturally invites explanation in terms of a cosmic scale designer. But I also see good reason for caution and modesty here. First, we must beware our natural tendency to see purpose in things too readily. This can make us bad judges of what is an impressive coincidence and what is not. Secondly, we only have experience.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'm not
What,
sure.
what he says is good, but he's expecting people to read the Hume quote, and like we shouldn't. God damn it, where is it? It was on screen too briefly.
I think that he was expecting people to be familiar with Hume in the first place. You know, like this is a problem with some philosophers. They're like, well, Hume said this, of course, and it's like, oh yeah, no, nobody's going to know that, mate. Like, absolutely nobody knows what Hume was on about. Like, in general, there is a degree of doubt and caution and modesty, which in all kinds of scrutiny and decision ought forever to accompany a just reasoner. Yeah. It's basically assumptions make an ass out of you and me is basically what Hume's saying there. That's basically what he's saying.
And that's sort of what philosophers do. You think Craig took the wrong lessons from Hume? Like, instead of learning that maybe we should be skeptical about our thinking and like demand demonstrations of stuff before we go believing in it, instead he went, I should put as many big words in my sentences as possible.
Oh, perhaps. Yeah, maybe.
String theory attempts this and speculates that the universe has 11 dimensions in order to facilitate it. But that still has a very long way to go and is widely regarded with amused skepticism by experimental physicists. Even worse, barely 30 years of...
Right, and that's an excellent point, because there's a lot of people who are very, very impressed with the mathematical elegance of string theory, but nobody who is a physicist believes it until it's demonstrated. Like we have a hypothesis, but we cannot test it at this point. So no one's investing, intellectual stat points into the damn thing, like Hugh Ross is the closest that I'm aware of, because he was actually a working astrophysicist for 5 years or so before he retired to become a professional grifter. Apologist. And he doesn't even understand what the fuck string theory is about. He just likes to be able to throw out, well, see, there's actually 11 dimensions and God's hiding curled up inside those, Yeah. that hiding God.
A bit more well-informed Deepak Chopra, basically, yeah.
It's, oh my goodness.
Past since the existence of dark matter was corroborated, and only 13 years since dark energy was postulated. We still don't have much clue what either of these are, but analysis of the latest data from space suggests that 72.8% of the mass of the universe is constituted by dark energy and 22.7% by dark matter. That leaves only 4.56% as atomic matter, the stuff that we knew to...
4, 5, 6. That must mean a creator, right? Because the numbers are home.
Yeah, it's too coincident. Like, that's fine-tuning, definitely. Fine-tuning of numbers.
Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't say 6, 7.
I was thinking that too. I'm like, what's the next decimal, Peter? Nope.
80. In short, a huge proportion of modern physics, including the results that Bill appeals to, is extremely recent and riddled with unsolved problems and anomalies. How likely is it that the physics of 100 years hence will look the same?
That is a really good point. How he's talking about how dark matter and dark energy are concepts that we're still getting the parameters for. Like 100 years ago, we had just discovered that Andromeda was a separate fucking galaxy. we were just guessing at the size of the observable universe, and we had to adjust that estimate several times because we would discover a galaxy or a star that's further away than the size of the universe. You know, this thing is older than we believe the universe to be. And so we'd have to adjust it upward, and then we'd find something else that's even older. And we'd be like, why do we have a 10 billion year old star in a 4 billion year old galaxy? It doesn't make sense. Obviously, the universe is more than 10 billion years old. And so we kept revising and revising. So are these values that Craig is obsessed with going to seem to stay in lockstep as we develop our understanding of what's actually going on? Maybe.
Highly unlikely. And I mean, some physicists have postulated, even now, that the constants could be more amenable to life in the universe. Like, it's not actually like there's better, more stabilizing constants that could be there. Now, I don't know if that's true, but, you know, considering that most of the universe is completely uninhabitable, I find it hard to believe it was created for, you know, the purpose of humans. It just seems very unlikely to me.
Uninhabitable by us.
Yeah.
So maybe it is habitable, but by something very, very different from us, which is a strong indicator, if so, that the universe is not actually for us. We're an anomaly. We're a mistake. Like all of this fine-tuning business, it's predicated on the argument, the underlying assumption that humans are the point. We're not only the pinnacle of evolution. How we get there, I don't know, but we're like the entire reason the universe exists is for us. And it's so wildly, obviously stupid. It's stupefyingly stupid, but here we are.
Or it's sort of anthropocentric kind of thing, like, oh, everything revolves around humans and humans alone. And I think, if anything, basic, you know, understanding of biological systems has taught us that we don't exist in a vacuum where we're the apex of, you know, all of the biosphere. We have to live in accordance with that biosphere because, you know, so many things rely on different organisms. And, you know, like if we wiped out all the bacteria, we would quickly be in trouble. You know, like it's not a case of, well, humans are this apex thing and everything else can go get shafted. That isn't how the sort of biological systems around us work. We need them. So, you know, I think it's just sort of wishful thinking. You know, I want to be special. I want to be important. I want to be, well, you are, but not sort of objectively. Like, you know, I think objectively, life doesn't need to occur at all. But, you know, that doesn't mean you aren't important to humans. It's very strange that people have to think in these terms.
It's weird to me. Now, I categorize it as it's mythological thinking. Because Daniel Quinn, who's another philosopher, but he tends to write fiction books to make his philosophical points, he posited that, like, what would it be like if, you know, you're a paleontologist or an anthropologist or whatever the hell, and you go back in time 2 billion years, and the most advanced life form on the planet is a fucking jellyfish. And so you go and you interview this jellyfish, and you're like, hey, jellyfish, how do you see your place in the world? And the jellyfish might say something like, well, I mean, it's grand to be a jellyfish. After all, the universe was formed 12 billion years ago or so. And then all the, you know, the Big Bang and all the inflation and all the things. And then, you know, 3 billion years before, whatever the fuck it is, the earth coalesced, and then evolution started, and finally jellyfish arrived. Like, that's where they end the story, because that's where they're at. So to them, they're the pinnacle of creation. We see ourselves as the pinnacle of creation for the same reason. It's not because evolution actually stopped. You know?
Yeah.
That's an oof.
apart from all this, the fine-tuning argument seems very ill-adapted for proving or even supporting the existence of an omniperfect Christian God. One important point is that it does nothing to favour the existence of a morally perfect God over an equally powerful but supremely evil God. A nasty...
Oh, I love this one.
Yes.
The God is evil counter argument, because like it's exactly the same as the God is all good argument, except harder to debunk. It fits reality better.
Right. And so if you could, an objection that I've heard is, oh, well, why would an evil God create humans kind of thing? So so with a omni-evil God, you can use the problem of good, right, to try and debunk it kind of thing. You can go, well, if a infinitely evil God exists, then why do good things happen to good people? Like why do we have good experiences? Why do good things happen kind of thing? So it's exactly the opposite, but it's sort of debunking a infinitely good, evil God. But you can make the argument that, hey, if an infinitely evil God exists, they could want us to have good experiences so they could basically make us suffer afterwards, without the exact same counterwork. Without good things, we would have no idea of what evil is. So we have to have the good things in order for us to make us feel like we've been punished and we're being tortured, basically. So it's like this really wild counterexample kind of thing, where you're using the same arguments but in reverse against the evil God, which I find hilarious. And obviously the more plausible explanation is that there is no God, evil or good, and stuff just keeps happening, because it doesn't care about whether you're suffering or whether you're benefiting from the events that are occurring. That's the more plausible explanation.
Right. The point isn't to prove that God does exist, but he's evil. It's to show that it's absurd to suggest God exists on the basis of either of those arguments.
Right.
Is the evil God named capitalism?
Maybe.
I learned, random tangent, people come here for the tangents. I learned today that one of the best-selling books of 2025 was Chairman Mao's Little Red Book.
Really?
Which is
worldwide,
ironic as hell that it was a best-selling book.
Is that worldwide or in the US?
I don't know. I just did a quick Google because somebody mentioned that the Christians were mad that the Bible wasn't the best-selling book anymore, and hasn't been since, like, Harry Potter wasn't evil.
Yeah.
So it's...
character I have called anti-God. Any reason that God would have for facilitating the evolution of complex, conscious, morally sensitive creatures capable of a loving relationship would equally be a reason for anti-God. The same qualities which give the potential for joy and love equally give the potential for misery and hate. So the fine-tuning argument does nothing to support the claim that God is good rather than evil, or indeed morally neutral. Perhaps the universe was just an amusing experiment or an exercise in dynamic art.
Now, a lot of religions do have pretty strong statements about whether their version of God is good or evil or whatever. And Christianity has all of them. There's biblical passages where Yahweh specifically says he creates evil, but doesn't say a peep about good. That's the mortals just assuming he creates good, but he says he creates evil. So according to him, it's definitely evil and maybe on good. So, there's that. Islam, I believe the mainstream view is that God does what God decides, and whether it seems as good or evil to you is irrelevant to his purpose. Which is, it's weird, but kind of honest. God's going to do things that to you are evil. He doesn't care.
I just love the idea of a God it's some sort of art art display for other gods to show them how ridiculous a concept that our existence is. It's like a Jackson Pollock or something. Like yeah, like that kind of sucks.
It's a shame about that universe you got there.
Well,
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love Jackson Pollock always drove me crazy because the splatters, I was like, as a 5-year-old, I could do that. Why is this man a millionaire for doing art I could make? What the fuck? Well, he's the first one to think of it. The fuck he is. Have you ever met a 5-year-old? And well, that it does provide a useful tool in our arsenal as, people who think semi-professionally. When we run across people who like to do the everything is designed argument, young earth creationists are a great one for this. And, they'll point out DNA or flagellar motors or whatever the case. And they're like, it looks designed. Not everything that looks designed is designed. Just like with a Jackson Pollock, things that look undesigned sometimes are designed. Because there's a design underlying what Pollock did. It only looks like a 5-year-old had a temper tantrum.
I don't know. I heard a conspiracy theory. I found it funny that the US made I don't believe this is true, but they made Jackson Pollock into like this famous painter to try and confuse the art world of Russia as to why it's such an amazing thing. I thought that was hilarious. It's like this massive conspiracy theory. I'm like, oh, that's actually quite funny.
Hell yeah. I could see that. Like, I mean, there's so many art pieces. Like the banana that was taped to the wall. There's so many people that are like, I do not understand the first thing about art. And I'm like, well, that's actually kind of the point. Like, that's one of the things that makes that art.
Well, somebody once said, I don't know art, but I know what I like. And that's basically how I approach it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. And as Megan Fox says, it's totally not because of tax evasion. Nope, we don't use art for that purpose at all. Nope, not here. Oh, shit.
But an even more serious problem focuses on God's alleged omnipotence and omniscience. For on this hypothesis, the Christian hypothesis, God does not have to work within anything like the existing physical rules in order to create the universe. He can make up and impose whatever rules he likes, and know infallibly, without even having to experiment, exactly what their consequences will be. So if his main aim was to create a universe finely tuned for the development of intelligent life, one has to say that he's not been very efficient. Apparently, it has taken nearly 14 billion years just to produce one species capable of relationship with him. To put that into perspective, if we think of the time since the Big Bang as a year, then...
Okay, point of order. He's right in that it isn't efficient. Like, why did it take 14 billion years when he could have just poofed humans directly into existence in the first place? However, taking that theistic standpoint that God exists outside of time, it doesn't matter how long it takes in here, because that's completely irrelevant. It's
Well, the other thing is, if he's talking to young Earth creationists, they literally think that God didn't take 14 million years. He just poofed them into existence a few thousand years ago. Really. I guess he's addressing his opponent's position, which, William Lane Craig actually does say, okay, it was 14 point whatever billion years. But I'm just pointing out, that might not necessarily be the case, which in this modern day and age is wild, that you still believe that a god poofed into existence from dust or whatever human beings via magic. How old are these young Earth creationists? I mean, seriously.
It's I mean, the current crop started in the 1960s, but another tangent. Right-handed Sith. I want you to visualize this. Right-handed Sith says, my best painting was 2 polar bears in a snowstorm. Visualize it. Get that locked in your noggin and tell me that's not. A while back, there was an artist who got paid, I think it was 85,000 what US equivalent. It was probably a round figure in whatever country it was. But and maybe it was the US. It's fuzzy in my head. But the artist got paid to produce 2 original works for this museum. And so the artist brought 2 blank canvases, dropped them off, and they said, "Okay, what are these? Take the money and run." And then that's the whole thing. We've reached the point where our art is basically bad jokes, and I am 1,000% here for it.
The early Bronze Age was 11 seconds ago, and the life of Jesus of Nazareth barely 4.6 seconds. Moreover, according to the physics on which the fine-tune argument is based, even the entire period in which the stars and planets exist will be utterly dominated by the vastly longer period of black holes. Considering this as 1 year, the life of man on this planet would be an unimaginably tiny fraction of a picosecond. Again, the Milky Way galaxy has around 200 billion stars, and the latest observations suggest more than 125 billion other galaxies. Even if we make the generous assumption of 1 Earth-like habitable planet for every star, the overwhelming majority of the space in these galaxies, quite apart from the huge expanses between them, is totally inhospitable to life. To give an idea of the proportions here, the fine-tuning argument has been likened to claiming that a volume equal to 6 million Olympic swimming pools, but capable of holding only 1 molecule of water, is fine-tuned for water storage. There's yet another more specific problem for Christian theology here. If the universe is indeed fine-tuned to produce life capable of relationship with God, then presumably trillions of these vast numbers of alien planets will also contain such species. Yet when it was taken absolutely for granted that the Earth was the center of the universe, the Nicene Creed told us that Jesus was the unique incarnation of the second person of the Holy Trinity and the pre-existing agent who created the world, by whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven, etc. Presumably now we must assume that the second person has enjoyed innumerable incarnations over space and time in a huge variety of shapes and sizes, and I look forward to seeing the theological working out of this implication of the fine-tuning argument.
That's a fun one too. I've often said that one of the things that would strongly indicate to me that one religion were more true than others is if aliens showed up and started asking about the temple to insert God here. The Buddha, or maybe it's Jesus. In fact, there's a sci-fi fantasy book series, I should say, called The Black Ocean by J.S. Morin. And in the series, humans have established, they've joined with other alien races to form the allied races of the Galactic Ocean, or the Argo Confederacy. And the reason they joined with the people they did, the chimp people and the tortoise people, is because both of them had their own Jesus Christs. Like, right. The whole Christian thing happened on their planets too. And they showed the only real difference was the chimp people had like 6 commandments instead of 10, and the tortoise people only had 1, which basically was don't be a dick.
Blasphemy. Well, I hope the chimp people and the tortoise people don't have oil on their worlds, because then it really won't matter.
Well, here's the fun part. Both of their worlds, and in fact, every other planet that a sentient species arose on, appears to be an exact duplicate of Earth. Or more precisely, Earth is also an exact duplicate of some other primordial planet, which kind of supercharges that aliens seeded life throughout the galaxy hypothesis.
Right. Yeah.
Because they clearly just printed Earths here and there and everywhere.
Or maybe the Douglas Adam ones that these Earths were commissioned by hyperdimensional super intelligent mice.
Mm-hmm. The infinite Earths, they actually exist, but they're on purpose. It turns out it was fine-tuning after all.
Yeah.
Just not in the way you think.
I think in Douglas Adams it was that they like there was a company constructing planets by according to specifications, and Earth was a supercomputer with a biological interface that was supposed to get the question of the life, the universe, and everything. Not the answer. We all know the answer. That was 42. Everyone knows the answer. The Earth was supposed to calculate the question, and it was like destroyed 2 weeks before it completed its cycle.
So rude. However, fortunately, now we're far enough in the future. We do know, and it is, what is the address of P. Sherman in Sydney, Australia?
Wasn't that like 42 Wallaby Lane or something like that?
Wallaby Way, but yes.
Wallaby Way. Okay, yeah, I got you.
I was just noticing.
Fast, yeah.
So, hours ago, our dear friend Bree was doing Live from the Hive, and she just happened to mention P. Sherman, but she couldn't remember the number on Wallaby Way. It's like P. Sherman, like 23 Wallaby Way. I'm like, no, it's 42 Wallaby Way. Now, in fairness, my kids were the right age at the right time for that movie to be one of the ones that got rewound and watched again and rewound and watched again and rewound and watched again. Like, it would just stay in the VCR all day. So I may have gotten exposed to that more than Bree did at that period of time, but still, it's burned in there permanently. 42 Wallaby Way. And I'm like, 42, because that's the answer. There we go. Now we know the question too. Where the fuck did P. Sherman live? And now, well, shit, now the universe doesn't have to exist. Alas. Nobody tell the aliens. What? Oh, I
now want to say a word about the issue of infinity, which is one of the things that Bill took up in his rebuttal there. He said that I hadn't addressed his philosophical arguments against infinity. Now, of course, I accept that reasoning with infinities is a bit strange. It's odd to think that you can have two infinite sets of objects, like the set of odd numbers and the set of even numbers, which, when added together, yield a set which is exactly the same size as each of them. But there's no contradiction here. And indeed, we know, since the work of Georg Cantor, that it's entirely possible to treat operations with infinities rationally and rigorously. Now, suppose we take an infinite set, say all the integers counting upwards from 4, and we add 3 more elements, say the integers 1, 2, and 3. This yields another infinite set, the set of all positive integers. So infinity plus 3 equals infinity, and presumably infinity minus infinity equals 3, right? But as we know from the case of the odd numbers and the even numbers, infinity plus infinity equals infinity, which presumably means that infinity minus infinity equals infinity. So let's see those, they're up on the screen, together with a familiar arithmetical example to make clear what the pattern is.
It's very clear. Finely tuned, folks. Oh, goodness. So yeah, the second infinity. So I don't know if y'all can see super well, but like in the column on the left where it's addition, the first number is red, the second number is white, and the third number is bluish. It's teal. And on following the therefore, it's the same numbers, but they're rearranged. That way you can keep track of which infinity you're talking about. So, for example, the infinity plus 3 equals infinity plus 3, which is infinity. So the next thing down is the infinity plus the other infinity equals another. So, I'm describing it badly. The point is red infinity and white infinity and teal infinity all have separate values. And that's why they're color-coded. But it doesn't actually work when you follow it through, and Peter's going to explain.
Colors are intended to help there. There's nothing wrong with any of the additions here, but we can see that there's a problem, indeed an apparent contradiction, with the subtractions. Infinity minus infinity, apparently, cannot be given a consistent result. This is true, but absolutely nothing to worry about. Because all it means is that a certain equation, infinity plus what equals infinity has more than one solution. When we say that 12 minus 7 equals 5, all we mean is that 5 is the unique solution to the equation 7 plus what equals 12. Where this sort of equation has more than one possible solution, we cannot properly talk about subtraction, because no unique value can be specified in that way. That's all. And there's absolutely nothing mysterious or contradictory about any of this. It's the same reason why you can't divide 0 by 0. The equation 0 times what equals 0 has lots of solutions. But that doesn't mean that...
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we mean when we talk about undefined.
Any integer whatsoever, or any number whatsoever. 0 times any number is 0. Presumably,
So
if you're looking at infinite sets, that has an infinite number of solutions.
Right. And so when you try to do the reciprocal operation, you don't have a specific value, which is why you get the result of undefined.
Right.
So that's the whole thing. And it's really cool that Professor Peter brought that up, because a lot of people weren't taught to think about things that way. They're like, you know, either you're doing multiplication or you're doing division, you're doing addition or subtraction, but they're not actually separate operations. They're the same operation running in different directions. And so that's why many of us, not all of us, were taught to check our work by taking your solution and then reversing the process to make sure you get back to your starting point. Because if you don't, you might have done something wrong. But you can't do that with certain things, because there's still holes in our understanding of numbers. Much like biological evolution, we aren't at the pinnacle of all perfection yet. We're still learning new things all the damn time. We just had another breakthrough in prime number research last year before, something like that. It's everything's in development.
Gödel's incompleteness theorem sort of says that we won't ever get to the end of our knowledge of a certain structure. Like, you can't completely explain any schema within that schema.
Because you'll always keep finding new. I'm not familiar with that one offhand, but it strikes me as similar to Zeno's original paradox. You know, you can never actually reach anything because you keep having to cover half the distance.
Well, it's more that sort of any formal system, basically it relies upon axioms. So you will always get like true statements that can't be proven, and it can't prove its own consistency. So you have to rely on some axioms, which are sort of presuppositions and rules that cannot be supported by themselves in any system. So that's Gödel's basically.
Okay, that makes sense, because it's an application of induction back to mathematics.
Right.
Okay. There's no telling when a tangent will pop up or what flavor it will take.
Some fundamental problem with arithmetic using 0. It's just what you'd expect, given that 0 times anything yields the same result. Well, I have got a little bit of time now to address some of the things that Bill mentioned. He said that his method is logic and evidence. This is why I feel it's very important to go on and deal with the argument. I'm not suggesting for a moment that my argument about the onus of proof by itself was anything like enough. I agree, incidentally, that absence of evidence is not necessarily evidence of absence, but I disagree with his claim that if God existed, you'd expect a world just like this one, or at least it seemed to me that that was an implicit claim. If God existed, I would expect a world in which his existence was a great deal more plausible than the existence of anti-God. And I'm not going to argue that case in detail now. You've probably got enough of that in London from Stephen Law. Coincidentally, both he and I have written papers with that hypothesis, and quite independently.
So I gather this is, we found out at the beginning of this debate that this is one stop on Bill's Reasonable Faith tour when he was selling the book by that name. because apparently doing book signings is too cliche. We have to have debates at every stop. But I mean, it sells tickets, it gets people fired up, whatever.
Yeah.
But I guess he had a different opponent in London. Okay.
Vilenkin, the problem is that the contracting universe is unstable. Yes, but of course that depends on current physics. And I am saying that we have no reason whatever to be so terrifically confident about current physics. It's changing very quickly. The very fact that the Borde-Guth-Vilenkin theorem is so recent ought to make us aware of that.
And the Borde-Guth-Vilenkin doesn't actually describe the beginning of the universe, as both Guth and Vilenkin have stated. It describes the beginning of the expansion period. So, you know, this is, as we said previous episodes, this is something that William Lane Craig has quietly dropped out. You know, once Guth and Vilenkin came forward and said, yeah, we're not saying that what the theorem describes is the beginning of the universe. And they both have stated that, and the third guy's dead. So if we just take majority rules, Craig's just wrong, you know, and he doesn't make that argument anymore.
And that's a plus at least. But yeah, it's a thing to keep in mind. Like, a lot of some of these titanic breakthroughs in science are very, very new. Like the concept of inflation itself was proposed by Alan Guth, who is still alive. Like, we think of much of physics as being done by guys who've been in their graves for hundreds of years, like Newton and Galileo. Guth is still alive, and Einstein didn't die that long ago.
Yeah.
You know?
And here's the thing, like, I mean, the beginning of the expansion, it could have been the beginning of the universe, but, you know, I think that sort of the you know, what Craig is claiming off the back of this paper is not what the paper stated, and that's important. You know, like we just, it's the fact that our physics only go back so far, and then they seem to break down. We seem to lack the physics. So I think that Peter's right here that, hey, physics as applied to cosmogony, or the beginning of the universe, is very, very new. Absolutely. So we can't really say, hey, this is the beginning point, or this is, you know, how the universe was in this state. We're really sort of getting to a point where we're fumbling in the dark trying to figure it out, and it's still a very new field. So, you know, I just think it's important to point out that the BGV does not actually address the beginning of the universe.
We're stuck at a point where, barring another major breakthrough, probably technological in nature, we can really only wildly iterate hypotheses and try to come up with ways to test and see if we get lucky. Like, we need more info somehow. Say la vie.
The quantum vacuum, it's not nothing. No, I agree it's not nothing, but then it's the nearest we get. It was a nice trick to quote David Hume against me. I never asserted so absurd a proposition that something can come into existence without a cause. No, indeed. And I don't think he did assert that. But Hume, actually, this is one of the places where Hume nods. Hume is a determinist, but he hasn't got a good reason for his determinism. I published a paper last year actually arguing exactly that. He's wrong. On his own principles, he ought to be open to indeterminism, but he isn't. And I think he's just inheriting the prejudices of the time. The point I'm making...
Well, that's a possibility, but also, like, okay, so I've often posited that the entire reason for him making the induction argument is so he could use it as the basis for other arguments. So he could say, well, yes, I don't know, but this is as far as reason can get us, so I'm justified in believing anyway, you know?
Well, I mean, indeterminism, on a macro scale, it doesn't seem to be possible. It seems to be, you know, the causal links are always there, but, you know, sort of, but on a quantum scale, could there be indeterminism? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, could be. We don't know for sure. I mean, quantum is even, you know, cosmogony is a very new field. quantum physics is even more recent. You know, like we're really talking about things that we do not completely understand. So, you know, it appears that there are like true random events occurring in quantum physics, like for instance the breakdown of radioactive substances. Which particle will decay looks completely random, like we cannot figure it out. But is it truly
No
random?
idea why.
We don't know. We don't know, but it does appear to be, but we don't know. So, you know, who knows? I'm open to indeterminism on a quantum level. It does not appear to be possible on a macro level, but the idea of determinism is a universal. You know, like everything is determined by prior events, by prior causes. I don't know if that is the case or not.
Yeah, we're lacking the info. We need more data on both ends. We need more data. Feed the computers.
But it's kind of ironic because, you know, creationists will kind of claim that God did that and God did this, and they never say, well, we need more info about how he did it. Right?
Yeah.
They're never saying that. They're never saying, hey, we know that God is responsible, but we need more data on how they did it so we can understand. Like they just basically give the excuse, walk away. And it's like this is why, you know, they say, hey, religion is perfectly compatible with science. Well, yeah, if you want to be a religious believer and do science, sure. But this is why, you know, religion is so fundamentally problematic for scientific investigation if you bring it into the science. It's because the whole idea is to name your God and walk away with faith that that's what they're doing and everything's okay. You know, that is why it's such an anathema to the scientific process, because you never actually investigate your stated cause for, well, everything. Like, let's face it, everything.
Hell yeah. I kind of resist oppression says, so what I like about the Apocrypha, I mean, there's a lot of fun things in the Apocrypha. Like, there's a scene where Yahweh has giant milky boobies, and I identify with that. But
the infancy gospel of Thomas is a hoot. It's a hoot. Killing other children, you know, slaying dragons in his crypt. Just fantastic. Just fantastic. Anyway.
Yeah. Resist says, Enoch says the universe is infinite, and I think they should have kept going in that direction. Lol. Now they're over a barrel. And that's valid. That's a possibility. Because, you know, at every stage where it seemed to be the universe was finite, and all the scientists were like, oh, it's finite, it's finite, your book is wrong. They could be like, just wait. We're gonna find something else. And it just keeps going, you know? We don't know if there's any physical limit to space, but even if we do find a wall, a force field, whatever the case may be, somehow, then we've still got the bigger, smaller problem, you know? Like, it seems like we can go smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller fucking forever. Maybe we'll hit some object at a Planck limit, maybe not. We don't know. And so while there may not actually be an infinity to the universe, you can always say, wait a second, we're going to find more, you know? And then it's still kind of a God of the gaps, but it's not the same kind of God of the gaps, because it makes it look like it's a prediction. And that's kind of neat.
Is that we don't have any reason for this claim that nothing can come into existence without a cause, except from our experience. And the nearest we get in our experience to things coming into existence without a cause, is in the quantum vacuum. All right, it may not be a perfect vacuum. It's the nearest we've got. So where is your evidence that nothing can come into existence without a cause? Abstract object or disembodied mind, I said, I don't see any basis for the assumption that those are the only options. There may be all sorts of things we've never thought of. I agree that mental properties aren't physical properties.
And I don't know if we discussed it in previous weeks, but the idea that a human-like mind would be the mind of a creator is beyond fucking arrogant. Because, like, what if it's a dog-like mind? What if it's a tree-like mind? Whatever that might mean, you know? Like, what if it's a kind of mind? Assuming you can even have a mind, it just there's so much.
What if it was interdimensional superintelligent mice?
We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's almost like saying either tonight's lotto number will be 4, or you have to believe there just won't be a lottery number. No, there's like billions of possible outcomes for the lotto number, and additionally, you picked a result that is actually impossible. What the fuck are we doing? It's clearly not either of those.
Mm-hmm.
And that epiphenomenalism is incorrect. But I don't see that as a problem at all. A computer has algorithmic properties as well as physical properties. It doesn't mean there has to be some immaterial substance in the computer. Morals, I'm going to have to come back to.
Okay, so the iterations between switches are getting shorter, which is good news. Mm-hmm. But Peter got, I mean, hell, he got out what he wanted to get out at the beginning, and did knock down a couple of Craig's posts. I think morals is a weak argument anyway, but
yeah, absolutely.
You know. All right, so I guess, well, the host dude will probably tell us what's up now.
Thank you, Professor Millican, and welcome back now, Professor Craig, with his second rebuttal.
Well, you can see how these issues just open up into an incredible array of different questions. So let's take it.
He's not wrong there, and that's why it's kind of strange to me that each iterative appearance gets shorter and shorter. I'd like to see it the other way, like do an introduction where maybe it's a set period of time, like 10 minutes or whatever, where you state your case and you lay out the arguments you'd like to make, and do the outline of your position. And then in your first rebuttal, you answer some of the complaints of your opponent's opening, and then in your second rebuttal, you get more time as you go rather than less. So because you have to, there's more things to address. You're both responding to the first rebuttal as well as continuing to build your own original case. You know, you've got more to do, and there's more topics, and they're interacting. It takes more time. But I'm silly. I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
Well, maybe that's sort of Craig's MO. Like, he wants to start off by sort of shotgunning, and then if you reduce the time, because he knows that his opponent isn't going to present evidence. I mean, I guess he did present some evidence. What I haven't heard is Craig really address any of his sort of arguments about why a god doesn't exist. Like his idea of a, brain without any kind of physical structure or anything like that. Like, he hasn't actually addressed anything. He just keeps making more and more statements about, why we know that a god exists. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a thing we know. I can't demonstrate it. We just know it, though. And
you've got to find a defeater for it. Yeah, that's great. That's not a good way to, make assumptions about the world. Is assume it exists until you find a logical defeater.
The world is run by by the universe, a cosmic pineapple.
Well, I think that if that's the way you want to think, William Lane Craig is definitely going to have some trouble giving money to Nigerian princes.
Oh, that's right. We bombed Nigeria too, didn't we? Never mind.
Did you?
We did on Christmas.
What?
Our fucking president was like, "Merry Christmas. We're bombing Nigeria today."
Wow. Okay. Yeah, as I said, I wasn't watching the news over Christmas, so wow. He ordered it as a Christmas present?
Uh-huh.
Oh, how very Christian of him.
Uh-huh. We're going to celebrate the birth of our savior by blowing up half your country. Okay, it probably wasn't half the country, but what the fuck is wrong with this psychotic, demented mother? Rest of the world, I know that, there's only a few of you people representing the rest of the world. We need your help. we have a madman in charge of our buttons, and we can't seem to get rid of him. Please send help.
Well, I mean, they have the laws able to get rid of him. It just, you know, I did not know this happened. Holy crap! As I say, I gotta watch the news more. It's just, you know,
Well, no,
it's
that's
really
the
hard
point,
because
is the shit never
yeah,
stops. It never stops. You have to take a break. Like, I tried to sleep last night. Woke up at 3 a.m. to a news alert from our friend Nick over at In Time going,
yeah,
hey, we just, kidnapped the sovereign head of another country
yeah.
for no reason. Fucking hell.
And like the civilian footage of you know, bombs going off, and so it just, wow.
It just never stops, and that's part of the point. And one of
Mm,
the reasons that you have to stop this kind of shit before it starts, or if you can't, as soon as you can. You know, the longer it goes on, the worse it gets. It's a malignancy. It really is.
wow. Okay, well
Anyway,
that's depressing.
yeah, depressing
Yeah,
tangent. Oh,
I
that needs
mean,
its own
yeah,
segment.
we would like, the rest of the world would like to help you, but we are scared of you.
That's fair.
We like no joke. I mean, I caught the tail end of Nick's production. In Time, fantastic show. Nick's doing really good work. Like he really is keeping abreast of all of the developments going on. Fantastic show. You know, I sort of said the US at the moment scares me more than China does.
We are a bit more unhinged. I must say that.
It's
And
wild, right? Like, you know, I mean, China's sort of it expands, and it sort of, you know, has economic power and stuff, but they haven't recently bombed another country. Just saying. I mean, they're threatening
there is that.
Taiwan, but they haven't bombed it yet. You know, like it really does scare me.
Yeah, I feel that. It boggles my mind that we apparently we can take another country's head of state into custody for violating laws that do not have jurisdiction because he's in another country, but we can't hold our own president accountable for the many, 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 many,
Yeah.
many, 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 many laws he's broken.
Mhm. Yeah.
What are we doing? Anyway, continuing on. Because, like, fuck.
Deep breath and go at it one more round. Have we seen any good arguments for atheism tonight? Well, I think it was clear from that last speech that we haven't. I said that the absence of evidence.
God damn it, Bill. Once again,
What?
for the slow kids in the back, you don't make arguments for atheism, you booby. Because that's not how logic works. You're a professional
Right.
philosopher, which means you're being dishonest. You're deliberately
Yeah, yeah.
misrepresenting what's going on purpose, which makes you a lying liar who lies. Damn it, Bill. What a disappointment.
For an object is evidence that it doesn't exist only in the case that it is highly probable that if the object did exist, we should expect to see more evidence of it than we do. And here Dr. Millican simply asserted, honestly, his personal opinion. He says, I think if God existed, then his existence should be more obvious. But that's not much of an argument. I don't see any grounds for thinking that's highly probable.
This is the debate, bro, bullshit that Peter mentioned at the beginning of the debate, that he's less experienced than Bill. So Bill's going to take his imprecisions of speech and try to use them as if they're substantive arguments. Like Peter just offhandedly saying, I think if a God would exist. That's not key to his argument, though. That's misstating his position and focusing on the wrong emphasis, because he isn't a professional who has the precision of language. but this is what Bill does as a highly trained theologian, as an apologist, is focus on the wrong word on purpose. That's, I mean, deflecting is what they do, you know?
Yeah. And this is a deflection. This is he's basically saying it is reasonable to believe whatever. But when he says, I think, you know, we understand what he's saying, Bill. Like, you are just muddying the water. That's all he's doing.
Yeah. Like, it's not about what he thinks. It's just a colloquialism. Address the argument, you weak sauce asshole.
Especially if we're dealing with a God who knows how people would react under different circumstances. He may well know that giving any more evidence of his existence would not lead more people to love and come to know his salvation and find eternal life. God isn't interested in just convincing people that there's one more piece of furniture in the universe.
How do you know that, Bill? Did God lean down and tell you that?
If God wants people to know that he exists, you're basically saying giving people evidence that he exists works against what he's trying to achieve. No, it doesn't. What?
His
like
argument is the anti-argument argument. Your use of logic is counterproductive because fuck you.
That's like saying, well, the parent never hugged their children because that was the best way to let them know that they really care. Like, no, it's not. What are you talking about? Like, because God wanted us to know that he exists and come to love him, he hid from us and did dick moves. What? That's not love, that's stalking, as Tim Minchin famously said.
If that, like, is it stalking if you never, ever see any evidence that the stalker exists?
Yes.
Well,
it is still stalking. Yes, it absolutely is. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, we answered that one pretty quickly, didn't we?
Yeah. So if somebody's like sitting, following someone around and hiding behind trees and, keeping an eye on their movements and, all in this, they're going to love me someday. If that person never, ever is aware of their existence and they get away with it, yes, it is still stalking. Yes.
What if Bill Craig is the stalker and God, because he's a fucking God, is completely unaware of Bill Craig's existence? Like, Bill keeps praying and praying that God will love him. Notice me, senpai. But God is a God. It'd be like if an ant worshipped you, right? You'd be like, you might notice ants exist. You might be interested in how they work or whatever, but you're never going to catch on that one specific ant has been praying to you to like fall in love with it for its entire lifespan. It's just never going to happen. So what if Bill Craig is stalking God? I mean, I still don't, I'm not convinced that God exists in the first place, but it's an interesting idea and he can't prove it wrong.
No. Where's the defeater, Bill?
Some extra object to add to their ontology. He wants people to come into a saving relationship with him. And it may well be the case that God knew that if he were to provide any more evidence, it wouldn't do any more good in bringing people into such a relationship. If people won't look at the evidence that we have now, perhaps they wouldn't have come to know God and find salvation, even if...
Problem there is we have looked at the evidence. You had your whole opening to present evidence, Bill. And your whole evidence was, just believe me, bro.
Yeah, and if you can't, I'm going to presume that a God exists. If you can't find a logical defeater, then we should just assume that he exists. You didn't actually present any evidence whatsoever. That's the thing. And secondarily, you're basically saying, maybe extra evidence, like, I don't know, some confirmable scientific evidence that a God actually exists wouldn't bring a single extra person to the cause, to believe that they exist? Are you high? Like, that's like saying, hey, we've got absolutely no evidence of dark matter, but if we found more evidence, it may not actually convince people. We want less evidence, in fact. That will help convince people
less
more.
evidence is better. That's right.
Are you high, Low Bar Bill? You must be high. That is not how evidence works. More evidence is more justification, more reasons for believing in it rather than less. Right? You don't get more evidence and go, well, that casts doubt on the whole. We've just found the bloody knife in his trunk. That really casts doubt on whether he's the murderer. Like, that's not how it works.
Well, I was convinced until you found the murder weapon, but now...
Right. Yeah. Now that you've got 5 witnesses and the murder weapon, I am completely unconvinced that person is the murderer. This is ridiculous. This is sophistry of the worst type, because he's basically saying, well, maybe if God provided more evidence, maybe not even one more person would believe.
Maybe, but probably not. Maybe it's not even God. Maybe the evidence that exists is convincing, but the theists just never fucking show us because they're like, no, it's my evidence. You can't see it, right? Like Cam from Capturing Christianity, who, incidentally, this debate is on his list of the 10 must-see debates, which is why we're watching it, because I stole Cam's list last January 1st, and every so often I pull one off of his list and we watch that. I wonder if this is where Cam got that argument that, oh, well, we can't show you evidence because you're not convinced by evidence. It's not a matter of evidence, so I'm not going to show you any evidence. I'm like, you haven't shown me any evidence, though, you asshole.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I wonder if that's like he got that from this debate and he just has been like misquoting it this whole time, which would not be a surprise, but whatever.
The existence of God were as plain as the nose on your face. Indeed, they might have come to resent a God who made his existence so obvious for such effrontery. So we don't have really any good argument to think.
Resent a God for being too obvious? What? Mark, has anybody ever resented you for making your existence too obvious?
No. They've resented me for plenty of other reasons, but not for like making my existence too obvious. What is that? I mean, I don't go, you know what? That tree I can see and it annoys the hell out of me. How dare it make its existence obvious to me?
It's just so in your face with its existence.
How dare you be, obviously existent, Ember? How dare you just exist and shove it in my face like that?
I know, it's so rude of me. Perceive me not.
What is this man talking about? Like, this is the worst kind of sophistry. Like, it really is just, oh, well, as an excuse for divine hiddenness, I'm going to say, well, it would be really bad if he showed himself because people might resent him. I'm sorry, the all-loving creator of the universe who only does good. Oh, yes, the resentment would just pile up that he existed. This is bad.
In fairness,
this is so bad.
If a all-loving, all-perfect, does nothing but good God showed up right now, I think I might resent him because there's been a whole lot of bad that he has let happen while he was fucking hiding.
Well, that's true. But since when did God, he wants you to believe in him and for some reason love him and have a relationship with him or whatever. But if people are going to resent him, what does that matter to a perfect God? Like, how is it really going to impact him? This is such a crutch. Like, oh, well, he wants you to struggle to find him because if he made himself known, he would be far too obvious and you would hate him for it. I don't get this argument. It is wildly, it is so bad.
it's not just weak sauce excusegetics, but the fact that it's so obviously weak, it actually undermines his argument, because everyone watching can see he's not able to say I don't know, or I concede the point, or whatever.
Right.
It's actively weakening his position, because the fact he has nothing better to say. It's to visualize it in terms of like medieval castles, right? Like you expect your opponent to put up a big old stone wall to keep your catapult shot out. And here's Craig stacking fucking playing cards. The fact he's doing that tells you he doesn't have stones, or he'd be using the stones.
That God does not exist tonight. So do we have good reasons to think that theism is true? Let's talk first about the origin of the universe. First, we saw philosophical and scientific evidence that the universe began to exist. With regard to the philosophical argument, Dr. Millican says that infinity minus infinity is not defined in transfinite arithmetic. There's more than one solution to the equation. And that is precisely the problem when you try to translate this into the real world. You can slap the hand of the mathematician.
You cannot translate the idea of God into the real world. I agree, Bill. So what are we doing?
If God is infinitely, or has infinite capacity, or anything like that, infinite power, or then it doesn't translate into the real world. You're undermining your own point, sir.
So to recap, in his opening, he gave us a syllogism that, if both valid and sound, demonstrates his God is evil. And now in his second rebuttal, he's demonstrating that his God can't be real. It cannot translate from being a concept into something in reality. Amazing. I kind of have to agree with Cam. This is one of the best debates ever, just not for the reason Cam thinks it is.
Absolutely.
Who tries to subtract infinity from infinity, but you can't stop someone from taking away a certain number of coins. And the contradiction is that you have identical quantities, you subtract identical quantities, and you come up with non-identical results. And it needs to be understood, infinity in this case.
But they're not identical quantities.
Correct.
Some infinities are bigger than others. That was Peter's point. Is the work of Gail Cantor had to do with set theory. And if you've got one set that's inclusive of the other set, then the one is bigger than the other. Duh.
Is not that sideways lazy 8. It's the number aleph null, which is a number. It is the cardinal number of infinity, and it would be identical minus identicals yields non-identicals. And I submit, in reality, that's absurd. As for 0, I think 0...
It would be absurd if you were applying the concept correctly. You're a concepts guy, Craig. How do you not get this? I realize logic is not your strong suit, and math is arguably logic in symbolic form, although it's actually the other way. It's logic is math in word form, but never mind. It's sort of like saying anytime you have a number, then anything with the same number is an identical object. For instance, I have one remote control and one booby pen. Since I have one, they're the same thing. They're not, right? Am I crazy? They're not. The remote is not the booby pen.
Correct.
This is how logic works. Law of identity. The thing is itself. And it is not something that it isn't, regardless of the fact that it shares one trait, including the value of its numerousness. Fuck, we shouldn't have to explain this to a fucking philosopher.
He's not a mathematician.
Yeah.
Is very problematic, frankly. I mean, suppose someone said, there's an elephant in the quad. And I said, well, I don't see any elephant in the quad. He says, well, there is an elephant in the quad and its number is 0. Well, I think that's very problematic. I don't think there is such a thing as zero. It means just the absence of something. Now, as for the argument for the physical evidence for the beginning of the universe, here Dr. Millican says this depends on current physics. Well, of course it does, but that just is to admit my point, that the evidence of current physics supports the fact of the beginning of the universe. Moreover, this is...
It does not.
It actually doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
point
And
of
it
order.
didn't at the time. The BGV never supported the beginning of the universe. It supported the beginning of the inflationary period, as two of the authors have backed up, and why William Lane Craig doesn't use this argument anymore.
Also, he's really wrong about what he just said earlier. I wasn't familiar with the term LF null, so I wanted to look it up, and it's not that infinity symbol that we're used to that he says. Just real quick Wikipedia search, but it's this symbol that is Aleph null. This symbol is the Aleph, and then the sub exponent, I forget the fucking term for those, but that's what makes it the null, right? And
null, yeah, is null
you
is
could
what
also
he's
call
saying.
it LF0, whatever. It's the cardinality of the set of all natural numbers and is an infinite cardinal. So it is not the stand-in for infinity or even infinite sets. It is a specific value in relation to sets that happen to be infinite. You know, it's like layers deep into number theory, but it is not what Craig said it is, which is the idea of an infinity.
So yeah.
It's like stupidly complicated, and now I'm interested, but I'll save that for another time. Maybe we'll do an LTL show about it or something.
But yeah, like I said, he's not a mathematician, so it's understandable that he gets the terminology of that wrong.
Right, but it's a dishonest thing for him to be like, yeah, that symbol, it actually means this. And while it's true that is a thing in math, it's like a 4-year-old saying, oh, it must be nuclear fusion. You can't just throw a name for a term you've heard once onto something. You know, it's a Petersonism.
This is according to the AI thing, so do take this with a grain of salt. And I've sort of looked on Reddit; they're sort of saying the same thing. That they aren't the same thing. The infinity symbol and Aleph null are not the same. Infinity generally represents endless or unbounded growth. Aleph null is a specific cardinal number representing the size of the set of all natural numbers, which is the smallest type of infinity. So there are different infinities. They do, like, infinity is a different thing than Aleph null.
Yeah.
And in the mathematics stack exchange, they're saying which is bigger, infinity sign or Aleph null. Basically, that Aleph null is the smallest infinity set you can have, while infinity can be larger. So infinity not the same as Aleph null. So he's just wrong on this point, completely wrong.
Yeah, it's a fascinating area of study. It's almost beyond mathematics because it's getting into ideas of sets that aren't numeric in nature, but are conceptual in nature. For instance, the difference between an ordinal number or a regular number that is a specific value relating to something specific in the real universe. It's a concept, but it's also a quantity, you know, whereas a cardinal it's a transfinite number. It's a value that doesn't have a physical component. It doesn't have a quantity. It's a whole set, and it gets really deep really quick. And I'm definitely going to read up on this later, but not right now.
Absolutely.
The point is, Craig's throwing out what to him are buzzwords, but he doesn't actually know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's being dishonest because he's trying to like outrank everyone on the discussion without actually knowing what he's talking about.
Right.
Is widely accepted by physicists today. According to James Sinclair, a physicist on the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theorem, the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin singularity theorem is now widely accepted within the physics community. As of this writing, 2009, it has gone largely unchallenged. So the evidence of contemporary cosmology supports my premise that the universe began.
Borg-Guth-Vilenkin, nobody's challenged it because nobody's had to. There's like not a point, you know? Like, it gives us interesting mathematics that may have some usefulness, but like, it's there, you know, like multiverse, for example, you know, that's one of the main applications. Maybe there's other universes. Now tell me, how do we test for them?
Yeah.
Can we access them? Can we harvest the research? Like, what good is it? Is it falsifiable? Is there a utility to it? Like, why are you going to spend your time trying to falsify something that A, doesn't really matter, and B, isn't really falsifiable, you know?
And to exist. Now, if the universe began to exist, then surely it has a cause. And here,
no, that's circular.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. I should clarify. It's true that everything that happens seems to have a cause in the colloquial sense, but almost nothing has a cause. Most things are a collection of causes, a whole bunch of different things that contribute to make a thing happen. So this idea of a cause, it's smuggling in his preferred conclusion that there is one ultimate cause.
Yeah.
And that's just not borne out.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Millican didn't really respond to my point that the vacuum is not nothing, that if something can't come into being without an efficient cause, it's doubly absurd for it to come into being without an efficient or a material cause.
Like God, right? Yes. If a thing can't come into being in a natural way, then it's even crazier to suggest that it would come into being in a magical way. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, yes,
but you haven't.
He's trying to argue the universe doesn't make sense without God, but God, by the same logic, God makes even less sense.
Right. But he's arguing that God didn't come into being. He's always been there for a infinite amount of time that can't possibly be translated into the real world. You know, that kind of thing. And he's got a bigger problem here. He basically is saying, hey, the universe needs a physical and an efficient cause, but he hasn't actually given any reason why it needs to have an efficient cause. He has not given that. Like, why does it need an efficient? So, as far as I understand, and do correct me if I'm wrong, the efficient cause is like, you know, when a human creates a coffee cup or something. You know, there's the physical stuff, and then the efficient cause is us doing it ourselves. It's the will kind of thing and the impact on the physical that causes that. He's not in any way identified that an efficient cause is required to create the universe. He's just assuming it does.
Okay, so efficient cause comes from Aristotle, who actually said that anything that happens has to have 4 causes. And you've got the material cause, or no, the efficient cause is the thing that makes it happen. It's the thing that's doing the making. So it's what you might think of as like the causer, right? Then you've got the material cause, which is what is it made out of? And you've got the formal cause, which is what is the design it's following? Is there a blueprint or a shape or a schematic or something like that? And then you've got the final cause, which is the purpose, the thing it's intended for, because you don't make a chair unless you need a chair to sit at, or you want to sell it, whatever. You have a purpose. Mm-hmm. You don't just make a chair for shits and giggles, unless shits and giggles is your purpose, and then you have a purpose. So you need 4 causes to make anything happen. Craig's narrowing it down to what the efficient cause, and what the fuck was the other thing he said?
Material, or the physical cause.
So the material, what is it made from, and who did the making? but he's leaving out where's the design. I guess he assumes intelligent design on that one because of the fine tuning, but he's also leaving out the final cause, which is the purpose. And if you want to propose philosophically that there is a cause-er, you have to, coterminous with that, propose the final cause. What is the purpose it is made for? And while he vaguely gestures at to have a loving relationship with God, he can't actually demonstrate that any more than he can demonstrate the cause-er being God.
Well, I reject that completely. I think that some things just have physical causes. Like if you get an avalanche, you're not saying, well, who's the maker of that avalanche? Was it the ice giants or something? This is the thing. Like some things just occur because of a chain of physical events that cause it to happen. We don't go, well, who was the avalanche maker? It's really wild that we can think like, there's an earthquake. Well, who's the earthquake maker? Oh, it looks like Poseidon's real, like the earth shaker's real. Poseidon, let's all worship. This is where that line of thinking gets you. And I really reject, Aristotle may have said, hey, it requires these four causes. I think that's complete nonsense. I think that some things we are aware happen because of purely physical means, and it has no purpose and it has no maker to it. Like no one with will comes in and says, well, I think I'm going to get these atoms to radioactively decay. Sounds like a good lark. I don't know what the cause is, what the purpose is.
It'll be fun.
It'll be fun.
We'll screw up the mortal.
Give some humans cancer.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think you're right. We have to remember that Aristotle existed at a time when we were still trying to define concepts and frameworks and shit. He was a long time before induction and deduction were formalized.
Right.
So his version of logic was iterate things and then someone else would knock them down. And you'd be like, oh, that was stupid. And if nobody knocked it down, then you just tentatively said, okay, maybe it works this way. But yeah, in fact, I've used a similar argument myself. The first time I engaged with Ray Comfort, how he said that like every painting needs a painter, every building needs a builder. I'm like, does every avalanche need an avalancher?
Yeah, exactly.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Oh goodness. But yeah, it's pretty neat.
Can there be an unembodied mind that created the universe? Well, remember, I suggested that we are minds that are connected with bodies, that we are immaterial substances that produce effects in our...
That's the point, Bill, is you're a mind that has a body. So show us a mind that doesn't have a body.
And that was one of his points that he is not addressing. He's just not addressing it.
Yeah, we're just, I'm just going to pretend it was never...
bodies. And here, unless I misunderstood you, Peter, I thought he said epiphenomenalism is a wreck. I thought that was what he said, and I would agree with that. But if that's the case, then I don't see that there's any argument that's been given tonight against the substance dualist view of human being, that we are immaterial substances conjoined with bodies. And therefore, I see no problem in thinking that there might be an immaterial spiritual consciousness or mind, God.
Might be. I think he's doing the same verbal tricks that Peter was doing, but Peter's not going to call him on it.
No, because he's an adult.
Right.
And understands what he is saying. He knows that he's saying, hey, it is reasonable to think. Not, I personally think this is my opinion kind of thing. But, when you have no arguments, it's time for the sophistry. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, mate. And then does it himself. Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Love it.
Yeah.
See, I wanted to look up that whatever the fuck phenomenalism he said. But and then he had to go and do this kiddie table bullshit. And now I've forgotten what the term was, and I don't care to go back and find it.
Created the universe. Indeed, I've given an argument for that conclusion based on the origin of the universe. Moreover, the argument from fine-tuning supports that. Now, here we have a number of arguments offered in response. I count 9 of them, soundbite-ish arguments. Number 1, we should be cautious about this, of course. Number two, the probability claims are problematic.
We should be cautious about drawing vast conclusions on no evidence whatsoever, or demonstration even. And Bill's just like, of course. But here I am drawing a vast conclusion on wishes.
Yes, this is when I'm talking about the intellectual inconsistency of people like this. They will say, hey, we've got to be tentative in our conclusions. We've got to, be rational and take the evidence and think, have you heard about my God? I've got no evidence for he's all loving and does all of these things and this and that and the other. And like the intellectual inconsistency of this is astounding.
But wouldn't it be nice if there were? I mean, if you don't worship him, he will burn you for eternity.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
But wouldn't it be nice if there were? It's not a threat. It's not extortion.
I think not. You simply compare the possible range that these constants or quantities could take to the life-permitting range, and you find it is exquisitely narrow, so that a dart...
We don't know that. And also, once again, our life. There's a hidden premise in there that makes it really obvious that none of this matters.
Thrown randomly at the range would have no meaningful possibility of striking the life-permitting range. The third, fourth...
And also probabilities, fuck's sake, statistics don't apply to individuals. You could take, for example, smoking. Smoking has it increases your odds of cancer. Does it mean you're going to get cancer? Fuck no. Does not smoking mean you're never going to get cancer? Fuck no. It's a statistic. It's a probability. Statistics don't apply to individuals.
And we only have one universe.
Right. We have no way to gather this data to begin with.
Right.
And fifth objections are all based upon the fact that the current physics isn't very well established. And here again, I think most physicists would disagree. Robin Collins, a leading expert in this area, says, the above cases of fine-tuning alone show that the issue of fine-tuning is not likely to be resolved by a future physics. The cases of fine-tuning are multiple and diverse, so even if one cannot be certain of any given piece of evidence together, they constitute a compelling case for an extraordinarily fine-tuned universe.
You know what? I've said it before, but it needs to be repeated every so often, especially since every video is somebody's first video. We rant and we rave about how ridiculous an argument fine-tuning is, but the bottom line is we could actually grant fine-tuning because it doesn't do anything to support Craig's case. It's just cool. The universe apparently does have very specific values that are unlikely to be by chance. Now show me how it means your God specifically did it. You know?
Yep.
Like, I mean, I'm an atheist because I don't worship a God, but on a philosophical level, I'm agnostic. I'm not convinced of any specific God. So I'm happy to grant you fine-tuning. I'm even happy to grant you there was a creator. I don't believe that, but I'll grant it. Now show me it's yours. Fucking hell.
Dr. Law then says, this doesn't give you the moral properties of God. Of course not. I said that in my opening speech. That's what the moral argument gives you. He says that God's omnipotence could just create the universe out of nothing. Why fine-tune it? He's not very efficient. Efficiency, ladies and gentlemen, is an important value only for someone with either limited time or limited resources, or both. God is not limited in time or resources. I think the problem...
Isn't it a virtue to not be wasteful, though? I mean, it's pretty clear the Bible, if we're talking about the God in the Bible, that God has no problem with wasting millions of people at a time in floods or famines or plagues or what have you.
Isn't that kind of antithetical to fine-tuning? If you're sort of saying, well, God doesn't need to be efficient or create perfect systems kind of thing, then, but you're using the argument that it's finely tuned, it's very good for us. So isn't that sort of antithetical to one another, saying, hey, God made it perfect for us, but didn't need to make it perfect for us.
Right. That's a really, really good point that Craig
They
is
sort of seem a
completely
bit
skipping past.
contradictory. Yeah.
Yeah, the two arguments, because Craig's whole thing is we have to stack up arguments. Like, we can't ever show there's a God with just one argument. So we've got to stack them. But this argument does contradict the previous argument. So they're mutually exclusive. You have to pick one. That's very, very astute.
Thank you.
Is that he's thinking of God from the perspective of the engineer. But suppose God is more like the artist or the gourmet chef who enjoys the delight of creating a beautiful universe.
The universe is a Jackson Pollock. I knew it. I knew it all along.
We have solved it.
Right.
And therefore, the point of creation is to splatter all over the canvas of your choice.
But his entire argument on fine-tuning is that the universe is designed perfectly for humans. That's his argument. But now you're saying, but he's like an artist that doesn't need to perfectly design. It's like, what? Then your argument falls apart because art can have stuff that doesn't make any sense in it. Like, what? Why?
Well, I mean, if we're positing random what ifs, I'm thinking of there's art pieces that require a certain amount of audience participation for them to be complete. For example, I went to an event a couple of years ago where the artist had created a painting, but it was covered by another drawing. And each participant who entered the gallery had to rip off a piece of the outer drawing to reveal the painting underneath. But the way they ripped off the pieces changed the image that was available to the next viewer. So it was the experience of the art was both unique to each individual, but also dependent on the actions of the participants who followed after. So it was a piece of art that had to develop over time and required other people, because without people, it would just be the outer drawing and no one would ever see the painting underneath, you know? So I could see the universe being something kind of like that. It requires participation to reach its full maturity, and the experience will vary based on the actions of the previous participants.
Fair enough.
As a thought experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we can presume to tell God how he ought to create the universe. Now, Dr.
I mean, we could. We have, actually. I mean, maybe not create the universe, like, whatever. I'm sure we could design a better one if we had the rule book in front of us. But morally speaking, because remember, the moral argument is like the ultimate argument, aside from the burning in the bosom, of course. Morally speaking, as our friend Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels became famous for pointing out, could an all-powerful God just kill one less child in the flood? To die, you're already more moral than this perfectly moral God, you know?
Yeah.
Millican's eighth point is that there's a lot of empty space in the universe. That is itself a function of the fine-tuning. In order for the stars to cook up the elements for intelligent life, the universe has to expand for a certain amount of time so that the large size of the universe actually bespeaks the fine-tuning of the universe for intelligent life.
Well, that's another contradiction, though, because, like, if you have an all-powerful God, why does he have to conform to any particular fine-tuning? He can just make the universe bring forth life regardless of the magic values.
Yeah, and the whole point is, why didn't he just create the universe with the heavier elements in it?
Sure.
Like, why go through this process? Why not just create the universe with all the heavy elements already there?
I'm kind of low-key a fan of last Tuesdayism or last Thursdayism, depending on who you talk to. Because there is absolutely no reason that an all-powerful God couldn't have created the universe in process last week and just written history backwards from the present, you know? No reason he couldn't.
No reason he couldn't. And until we get a defeater,
That's right.
Yep. Until we get a defeater, then a logical defeater, then that is the obvious conclusion you have to make. Thank you. Thank you. That's how proof works, according to William Lane Craig. You have to, if you can't get a logical defeater, you have to believe it. Congratulations. We're now all last Thursdayists. Let's go. Let's fucking go. All right.
That's why I'm low-key a fan. Because it's such a fun argument.
That's not how that works, Bill.
Besides, I think there could be extraterrestrial life that God has created elsewhere. As a theist, I'm perfectly open to that. That leads to the ninth objection. To the Nicene Creed says that there is only one incarnation of the Son of God. I think the Nicene Creed is written from our perspective on this planet. God, if he has created intelligent life elsewhere in the cosmos, can easily provide for the salvation of those beings, perhaps through another incarnation, perhaps through another means of salvation, perhaps.
This is a heresy, folks. It's a big fucking heresy. So
heretic.
The church had to deal with this, and it still comes up today, right? Like, why can't Jesus just come back and do like he did with Thomas and demonstrate himself, doing exactly what Craig is saying? Like, God certainly has the power to do another Jesus on another planet to demonstrate to those people that he's real. But if he can do it for aliens, then why the fuck can't he do it for the people here now who weren't around the first time?
Who knows?
This argument is a heresy, because if you follow it to its logical conclusion, it catastrophically destroys the concept of Christianity.
We can't have that. That's ridiculous. Yeah.
So it's a heresy. Like, no, God can't do that, even though he's all powerful. Don't you dare say he isn't. But for some rule we're not aware of, he can't show himself to us.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, come on. What are you? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he shows himself, you won't believe him.
That must be it.
That's it.
I mean, after all, I believe in every person who has ever not existed. It's only when I see them that I know they're not real.
Right. Yeah, yes. Yeah. And then I hate them for it. I hate them for being real. I hate them for I resent them for being real and existing and showing me that they exist. Yeah, that always sucks. That always sucks.
It's too efficient.
What are we talking about? Oh dear.
And need forgiveness and cleansing as we do, that's God's prerogative. So I don't think any of these 9 soundbite-ish objections really take seriously the problem of the fine-tuning, which is an argument that has compelled many physicists and philosophers to take quite seriously the idea that there is a cosmic designer. And of course,
no. Like, people will use it as like a post hoc justification for a belief they already hold, but to my knowledge, exactly 0 physicists have ever been compelled by this argument.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
If Dr. Millican then finally deals with the moral argument, the resurrection of Jesus, and personal experience, it's going to be much too late for me to give much response to that tonight. But I hope that I've said enough to convince you that we have good grounds for thinking that theism is true.
To boil it down, nuh-uh, you can't prove I'm wrong. Therefore, I've given good grounds for thinking theism is true. I love it. Amazing work.
Well, I think he's sort of, but this won't convince, like William Lane Craig, and I've said it before, that he does arguments to reinforce people's already existing belief. He's not very convincing in trying to, because he's not an evangelizer. He's not going out there converting people. I think he just is good at giving people who already believe excuses to continue their belief, sort of these, this thing from William Lane Craig, the Kalam, fine tuning, all of this stuff. It's not really going to convince somebody that doesn't believe in a God. What's going to convince them is these appeals to emotion and, justification on your experience and, all of that kind of stuff. I think this is to provide reasons for the choir to keep singing, basically.
Yeah. a lot like that. Like I mean, honestly,
Yep.
that's what all apologetics always has been is
That's true,
excuses
yeah.
to silence the questions that might cause you to deconvert, you know?
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And so a lot of Williams or his arguments and are really launched towards, okay, there's these problems with having faith in a god. Like, why do bad things happen to people? Why is there no evidence? Why why are we here, and things like that? And they really are these sort of excuses as to why the the world seems to be inconsistent with a all-knowing, all-powerful God that has designed things on our behalf, because it does appear to be inconsistent with that. So the question is, well, why is that? And that's what his apologetics are aimed towards. You know, excuses to say, hey, well, we shouldn't expect to see God. We shouldn't expect, to see all these things. I don't know. I really think that this is very unconvincing to somebody that doesn't believe in a god.
I mean, it's not convincing me very well, but maybe I'm not just skeptical, I'm cynical or
Maybe,
something. I don't know.
maybe. I don't know. I think cynicism, like, I think that everybody's cynical at some point or another. Cynicism is always giving, the most thing. And I don't think I'm cynical, because I don't always, approach things with a negative view of them, kind of thing. Like, there are things that I will approach with an optimistic view. So I really don't think that I'm just using cynicism, but I think that cynicism is sometimes warranted. Like, if you've got experience with people lying all the time, not referencing any particular president at all, just lying constantly. I think that having cynicism about the things that they say, is justified. But I wouldn't say that that is, a lifelong attitude of cynicism that I would have, always doubting.
Doubt your doubts, as they say.
Yeah, doubt your doubts. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
What could possibly go wrong? It's oh my. All right, let's see what our announcer dude's gonna say next. All right, we probably want to give him a second rebuttal since Bill got one. I imagine. I assume. Maybe.
I would assume, yeah.
Maybe.
And for his final rebuttal, please welcome back Professor Millican.
Thank you very much. This is really...
Can I just say quickly, I love the accent of the guy doing the MC, basically. He sounds like Ronnie Corbett or something. And now, welcome back to the Professor McMillan. It's just fantastic. I love it. I absolutely love it.
He's got kind of like a somewhat northern, but not quite northern. It's like
great.
A carnival barker thing going on.
Yeah, absolutely. More of that. I want more of that in my debates.
Hell yeah.
Quite a challenge, I have to say. I'm going to start by just responding quickly to some of what Bill has...
Okay, hold on a sec. Right-handed Seth says, Ember, trust no one, not even yourself, and especially not family. They will stab you in the back the first chance they get. There's a lot to be said there, but I have something funny to say instead. As many of you know, I have to take shots twice a week. I have to administer them myself because if you take them that frequently, you have to, right? And so I was in the process of changing the needle part, and I managed to stab myself sideways through my leg, which upset me a great deal. It didn't actually hurt because it is a needle. It was just a boop in and out, but it there was blood. So I don't need other people. I stab myself.
You're your own worst enemy.
Yeah.
Just said. One thing that I found much too quick was the claim that if epiphenomenalism is false, then substance dualism must be true. That is, we must be an amalgam of mind and body where mind is a separate substance. Now, I haven't got statistics on that, but I know that the vast majority of philosophers think that is wrong, but very few are epiphenomenalists, I think. So the consensus of professional philosophers, I think, is very much against Bill here. I didn't anticipate that issue, so I didn't check, but I did check on the moral issue, the issue of moral realism.
Okay, epiphenomenalism in philosophy is the view that mental events like thoughts, feelings, consciousness, and such are byproducts of physical processes and aren't magic. Like the chemicals, the neurotransmitters that transmit your thoughts and the chemicals that affect your feelings and whatnot. Turns out those are physical and not actually magic. So that's epiphenomenalism. And the dualism thing, that's there are physical components, but underneath it all, it's actually magic, though. The fact that the physical seems to affect how you feel. Like if I inject you with a whole bunch of drugs and you suddenly feel really, really good, clearly the drugs have a magic component to them because it's the magic that's affecting how you feel. You see, it's a whole
from
thing.
what I can see, and phenomenalism's kind of a bit weird because it's basically saying that it's kind of an idealism, right? So idealism sort of says that things aren't out in the real world; they exist as something other than physical, primarily, right? And phenomenalism sort of says that things that we experience aren't actual things themselves. They're just sense data. So you could imagine empiricism, or the idea that we gain knowledge through our senses, is taken to such an extreme degree that the actual physical things don't exist, and it is just our sense data, right? Like it is just the sensory data that we're getting, and the
that's
real
trippy.
yeah, and the actual thing doesn't exist at all outside of our sensory data, basically. So epiphenomenalism is kind of where you're sort of saying, hey, the thing exists, but we can only interact with it through our sense data. And so that basically defines what it is for us, like, for instance, hardness or softness or anything like that, right? So, but sort of phenomenalism, like pure phenomenalism, says that, hey, there is no thing, and it's sort of a form of idealism, but more defined by the senses rather than by just the mind. It is but you know, we have ways around that. We have ways to interact with things that are measuring, you know, particle interaction without, you know, directly accessing our senses. So you would have to say that, hey, the sensory data goes through a machine, which then interprets it exactly the same way. It has massive problems. So, you know, and this is the thing. I think it's really, you know, I think it's I think Millican's right that just because it's not phenomenalism doesn't mean it's some kind of dualism, right? Like that's not the case.
Yeah, it's another false dichotomy.
Right. That that's saying, hey, there's something there, but our descriptions of it go through our senses and only our senses, basically. I think that is a more accurate response. Not to say that, hey, thoughts and you know, have to be based upon senses and things, but you know, the idea of dualism, where the mind is completely divorced from any physical reality, that it's not tied to any brain or any physical substrate, you know, that doesn't automatically lend to phenomenalism, where it's only the senses and the physical object doesn't exist. There is a middle ground there where the physical object does exist, but the mind is made up of physical interactions. But you know, the senses are are not just the be all and end all of that object, that ontologically or in reality something is there. I think that he is making an absolute false dichotomy, and I would agree with Millican, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how, like, I'm a bit more of a fan of emergentism, which is basically the same thing, but there's an additional hypothesis, say, that mental properties, once they've emerged, do have causal powers. For example, once you realize you're hungry, that can cause you to go get some food. So yeah, but also, like, all of this seems to be wrapped up in another human egocentric conception that things have to have minds to exist. And we know that's not true, because there are things that do not have minds that, as far as we can determine, seem to exist. Like pens with boobies on them, for example. I mean, maybe there's a mind in here. I don't know. But trees, right? They're always saying, look at the trees. Well, the trees don't have minds, or at least they don't have minds the way we understand minds. So what you're stuck either arguing that the physical doesn't actually exist, or you don't need minds to have a physical component. So the physical is the causative and the mind is a byproduct. But whatever. I just work here.
A recent survey of 900 philosophers, 56.3% of them, that's an absolute majority, were moral realists. But only 14.6% were theists. One rather assumes that the theists were all moral realists. But nevertheless, that's only, what, about a quarter of the number. So there are plenty of...
I've heard of moral anti-realists, but what about anti-moral realists? I think that would be much more fun.
Yeah, I mean, although I've got nothing against moral realists myself, you know, I'm a moral anti-realist, but I've got nothing against moral realists themselves, kind of thing. You know, like it is that's actually really funny.
I'm like mentally trying to think of like what that would even mean in practice.
Well, it would mean that you're not like you're not only against the idea of moral realism, that there are moral facts, right, rather than stances, that they exist independently of any human mind, but you also are really against people that think that way to the point of working against them. You know, like you will go, hey, people who believe in moral realism should be arrested, thrown in prison, and you know, that's what I would imagine it is. Wouldn't it be interesting though if you're a moral realist but an anti-moral realist? You're a self-hating moral realist. That would be hilarious.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well,
clearly I must be in prison too. But after we get every other one,
well, you know,
the moral realism must be stopped.
Yeah. Except for mine. Mine's the correct one. You know, mine's the correct moral realism. It's all the other moral realists that are the problem. Yeah.
Oh my.
Moral realists who are not theists, and I don't understand why Bill wants to say that as an atheist, one must presuppose that humans have no intrinsic value. Why would one think that? And I want to sharpen my...
That is a bit of a leap.
Yeah. I think simply due to the scarcity of life in the universe, you could argue that all life has intrinsic value, because it does seem to be very, very scarce, as opposed to the complete, you know, or maybe it's not. We don't know. We haven't found life anywhere else. But through our solar system, we've checked, and it seems to be just one planet out of a vast area. So it does seem to be that life is sort of clinging to a tiny rock, and therefore would have intrinsic value just because of the sheer scarcity of it. it's kind of weird. And even if it doesn't have intrinsic value, it certainly has subjective value to the people who are alive.
Oh, for sure. My goodness. I don't know. Scarcity, it really only has value in the sense of values, I suppose. For me, one of many, but one of the intrinsic values of life is the thing that makes life alive, which is the ability to change things in physical reality.
Right.
Like you can have like an asteroid, for example. It can cause changes, but it's pure physics. It's pure determinism. Whereas life can make Jackson Pollock paintings. You know, it's very weird, and it does interesting things.
Oh, you got a cheeky super chat as well.
Indeed. I was just about to say, speaking of interesting things that life does unpredictably, Jester sent us a super chat for $5. Thank you, Jester. And says, I'm telling you, they are talking about some form of cryptid trees with hypno-indoctrination powers. Is it they have hypno-indoctrination powers, or is it the cryptid trees that have hypno-indoctrination?
No, it's the cryptid trees that have the indoctrination powers, because they're saying, look at the trees. Stare at the tree. Stare at the tree.
The trees are like,
one of us. One of us. Stare at the tree. Yeah.
Damn it. Damn the trees.
But we do have these trees called ghost gums in Australia. Maybe it's holy ghost gums.
Maybe.
Maybe. Look at the trees. Don't stare away. Look at the tree. Join the hive. Look at the tree.
So I've been listening to Dr. Kip's new audiobook, right? God's Propaganda is available out on audiobook now. And I was listening to it as I was brushing off my car because we got a fuck ton of snow. It doesn't matter. The point is he was breaking down the origins of several of the ancient Hebrew terms for things, like why the Sabbath is called Sabbath. It actually means a day set apart. Like all the other days have like names that are like Sabin, Saboin, Sabingo, whatever. I'm pronouncing it badly because I don't speak ancient Hebrew, but Sabbath was like, rather than being one in the sequence, it was separate from the sequence. That's what the word means. And in the same way, in English, we use the word holy for something that's sacred, but that's an importation from Norway. It's not the same root concept as what was there in the Hebrew language. What we would call holy originally didn't mean like imbued with some divine miracle, purity, whatever. It just meant set apart or separated off. In a way, a hermit in a desert is holy because he's set apart, not because there's something divine or pure about him, but because he's separate. You see?
Okay.
And so I kind of wonder about like a Holy Ghost tree, because in that context, it would mean it is set apart. This is why I love academic scholarship, because you get these interesting ideas from the esoteric knowledge, and then they start to worm into all your other ideas, and new ideas start to bloom, and it's fun. But I digress.
I challenge to him on the issue of morality. I know from what Bill has written elsewhere that he thinks it's entirely possible for an atheist to know what is right and wrong.
Yep, he said that before.
But what he wants to focus on is the ontological question of what it takes to have an objective moral value. So I'd like him to say more about that. How is it that atheists who don't believe that there's a God, who don't see the evidence for that, are able nonetheless to detect objective moral values? Now, he pushed the analogy with physical objects, The claim is that we can rely on the perception of objective moral values in the same way that we can rely on our perception of physical objects. So you shouldn't be skeptical about objective moral values if you are prepared to accept physical objects, which we all do, of course. But it seems to me that
well, I mean, not the phenomenalists, apparently, but never mind that. Yeah, but we can demonstrate physical objects, like, you know, booby pens, for instance. I'm demonstrating it right now. Behold.
Behold my booby pen.
Oh, like YouTube won't let me take out the real thing, so I have to. It's fine. It's fine. It's right there on my desk, and I could hold up anything else. I could hold up this crocheted puppy that my oldest gave me for the holidays, but the booby pen is funny, so I'm easily amused. I know, but still.
there's a bit of a problem here. I ought to perhaps preface this by saying I have real problems with the word objective. So if somebody was to say to me, do you believe in objective moral values? My first question would have to be, well, could you please spell out much more clearly what you mean by objective? Because there's a whole...
What is your subjective understanding of objective?
The word objective is very slippery. Values suppose that we all in fact agree on them, that all humans should agree on them. Every possible rational being should agree. We view them as binding on all humans. They are binding on all possible rational universes. They would exist even in a lifeless universe. They exist in subsubstantial metaphysical form. They're good questions, yeah. And I think that, yeah, definitely objective has been used for all of them. However, I think that a philosopher like William Lane Craig is sort of saying, hey, they're independent from anybody's stance, i.e. the second last one, they would exist even in a lifeless, or I would say a mindless universe. You know, like it would exist as it is, even in a universe with no minds.
I'd have to ponder and see what holes I could poke in my own understanding of it. But as a general quick workaround, you know, stance independent is sufficient. It's a thing, whether you agree it's there or not. So it's objective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that apply to morality? I don't think so. I mean, maybe certain things, but I mean, you run into the is-ought problem every time. Like, why should you ought to do a thing?
Bundle of things that objective could potentially mean. I may come back to those if I have time later. But anyway, here's the issue. If an atheist can perceive a chair and know that the chair is there, without having to worry about what the exact nature of the chair is, and surely we can do that, we can perceive physical objects and yet not know what their real nature is.
Right.
Presumably an atheist, in the same way, can perceive moral value without knowing what its nature is. Now, I find it very puzzling how to make sense of this. How can the reality of a moral value depend on God being up there when God...
Okay, let's have a look at this one. How can God make values objective? Well, I mean, if he's doing it, never mind. Because he can reward and punish, but obeying a dictator, just because he has power, isn't thereby rendered virtuous or desirable. Or it could be because his commands are good by definition. I love it when we define things into being. Then saying that, because that's subjective. It makes it, never mind. Then saying God is good just means that he commands what he commands. So he'd be good even if he commanded baby torturing, because it's a definitional circle. Or because he knows what's right and wrong, because he, you know, ate the fruit that Adam and Eve got blamed for eating. Apparently maybe he had another fruit. I don't know. But I think that's why God was furious with humans, because Adam and Eve ate his fruit. So he doesn't actually know what right and wrong are. And that's why he runs around raging and killing people all the time, because he doesn't actually know what's right and wrong. He just pretends because he never got his fruit. And that's kind of humans' fault. So he blames us for it. So on the case, God makes values objective because he knows what's right and wrong. Well, then they wouldn't be stance independent, wouldn't they? But the official response is, then what is right and wrong can't just be a matter of his choice. They must all be there to be known, and hence it might be possible for us to know them too. Right, that's my favorite one. If there is an objective outside of God's position, then first of all, that's something God also has to answer to. But more importantly, we don't need God to get there. That's
Right.
a separate thing that we can know without him, and so we don't need him.
So this is a sort of variation or a nod towards the Euthyphro dilemma, right? Like, is what is good come from what God says or some other place, essentially? So what he's sort of saying is if good and evil comes from a God, then it's still subjective. He'd be, for instance, he'd be good even if he commanded baby torturing. It is subjectively saying, well, baby torturing is good because I say it's good, right? It's kind of a might makes right system when you boil it down. The idea that it comes from some other place, it's like, yeah, then why do we need a God to get good and evil? Can't we just figure that out for ourselves? And it also is just kicking the can down the road, because where does God get it from? Is then becomes the question. So this is just a variation on the Euthyphro. I think he's done it in a really good way. I think usually they appeal to God's nature as being the thing. Like God's nature is always good, kind of thing, and that's the objective thing that they appeal to. But then it becomes, well, anything God has done objectively becomes good. So, and don't get me wrong, if you want to say, hey, then God can kill, the Amalekites, and that is a good thing. The question then becomes, well, if we're getting our morals from God's nature and it's in God's nature to commit genocide, then that is good for humans as well. And you can argue, oh, well, it's good for a God, but not for us. But then you're basically admitting that you're not getting your morality from God's nature. You're getting it from somewhere else.
And, in this economy, getting your morality anywhere. I mean, I'm getting Temu morality myself, and I still have to cancel my subscription. It's just too much.
You're getting what?
Temu. Oh, right. International audience.
Temu.
Temu, yes.
Temu?
Yeah.
Is it Temu? Is that how you pronounce it?
I don't know how to pronounce things. I'm an American.
I'm sorry. I just, I thought it was pronounced differently.
It's probably the thing you said.
Okay. Okay.
Wish.com, shall we say.
That's probably safer, I guess. I don't... Have I been pronouncing it wrong all this time?
I don't actually know how, like, I've seen it in print ads, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it. So I just kind of come up with my own pronunciation.
How to pronounce Temu. I'm going to look this up. Hang on 1 second. I have to know.
Jester is very amused. Hey, folks, remember to share. Subscribe, like, of course, but use the share button, because honestly, all the philosophy, all the interesting ideas, this is the reason people watch, is us getting sidetracked on how to pronounce Temu.
Okay. Well, how to pronounce Temu. This is becoming very difficult to find.
Ed points out that being from the US, pronunciation is a relative thing. We just kind of wing it. Hell, we don't even use the correct letters for shit. We're just throwing out vowels like crazy. Like, nope, we don't need that extra U. Get out of here.
So apparently it's Temu. According to this one video off YouTube, which perhaps isn't the most, reliable linguistic tool. Apparently,
Who? Temu.
Temu.
Okay.
Apparently. apparently. Wait, what? I said Temu. I was definitely wrong. What did you say?
I don't know. I can't remember. I just kind of winged it. But
okay. It's Temu. It's not apparently. It's Temu because it's Chinese.
Here, Victoria says it's pronounced cheap. The point is, I can't pay full price for high quality morals. That's the joke. Oh my goodness.
I'm just astounded over pronouncing Temu wrong all this time.
Or Timu, or I did whatever. I should have just said witch.com, but like it's what popped into my head. How about Shine or Sheen? Should we?
Sheen? I never heard of it. Never heard of Shine either.
It's basically another Timu thing.
Temu.
It's another app with like super discount Chinese made stuff. Or something. I'm told. I'm actually told I should shop there because apparently they have like lit fashion, but every time I like try to look at the website, I get bombed with sign up for this discount and enter your email and spin the wheel for this discount and all. And I'm like, I just want to see what you're selling. Like get all the I don't like being attacked by a million pop-ups like that. You know, it's I do not like it. No.
Okay.
So Jester says, well, we're tangented. I have an idea for you, Ember. Java jugs. Oh, is that the idea? Like jugs, like I guess sort of like a water bottle, but it's for Java rather than, I mean, this isn't really a jug per se.
Yeah,
but
no, I think it's the next comment. It's coffee cups that look like boobies.
I don't see that one. Why is it not in my thing?
Oh, I unblocked it. I think it like because of the boobies, it kind of maybe it didn't come up.
Okay.
It was too racy for YouTube. Boobies is way too racy. I'm sorry. We can't allow people, grown adults, to see the word boobies. It's just not acceptable.
It's true. It's true. My fragile ears.
Yeah.
Or something. But yes. Booby Coffee Cup. That actually, when we were designing the logo originally, that we had a couple of contenders along those lines. They were like two coffee mugs like near each other that both looked like boobies, and then like there were different versions of how one could like pour the milk into that coffee, but they were a little not family friendly. So, you know, we ended up going in a different direction. Ryan came up with like just a normal coffee cup steaming, and then and then Jess, How to Rule an Asteroid, came up with the words Java and jugs inside a circle that looked like a coffee cup stain. And
of course you did. Yeah.
It's kind of fucking brilliant, honestly.
Yeah.
So
no,
you can actually get Java and jugs on a mug. If you go to betterthanember.com and you head over here to the store and you open the store, and then you got to go down a little bit because there's other stuff I've added since. But you can click on the Java and Jugs mug, and that's Jess's design. It's a double-sided mug, so you can get it. You can get it both ways. So it comes in 3 different sizes, and whatever the fuck profits we make, I send to Jess, assuming the company that does this ever sends me money. But whatever the case, I have it because we don't have a Java and Jug store, but funds from this one go to Jess. So yeah, there's that. I have a few things in here where the funds go other places. Like, for example, this mug is the Survivor's mug. I have an ad for this coming up because it's part of a larger project. But this version of my logo was given to me unsolicited by a person who has made public statements promoting violence against minority women and survivors of abuse. So I'm using that person's gift to do some good. The proceeds of this sale go to support a nonprofit organization called RAIN, who do support survivors to build a future where fewer of us need that kind of help. So I'm taking a thing by a person promoting violence and using any proceeds it produces to help support the victims of violence. And also who are that organization, they try to create legal policy to reduce the numbers of survivors in the future. So there's a few things that are doing different things other than just helping me afford lunch, sort of thing. But I digress. I mainly wanted to show you all the Java and Jugs on a mug thing. But since we were there,
why not?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Theo says, so that's a Java and Jugs mug and not a Java and Jugs jug. That's a good point. We'll have to work on that. It's not ontologically the same thing, damn it.
Well, mugs generally do contain Java.
True. But what if we put a mug in a jug? This is getting Dr. Seussian. Let's just play the video.
Odds being up there makes no impact at all on the person who is perceiving and responding to the moral value. I'm not questioning whether a theist might be comforted by the thought that the moral value puts them in tune with the ruler of the universe, sure. But I don't understand any reason whatever why an atheist cannot believe in objective moral values. And certainly there's no reason why an atheist has to presuppose that humans have no intrinsic value. There are all sorts of things about humans that make them special. We are special, of course we are. You are also of my species, and that might give me a reason to care about you more than I care about others, even if
we are a little biased towards us, yes. And I don't have a problem with that bias.
All species are biased towards their own species, like that's definitely a thing. You'll get packs of hyenas and things like that. Like we seem to have these sets of things that are important to us, starting with the more closely related, going out to the furthest related. That's hardly new.
Evolution kind of bakes it in.
Yep.
But
we're nothing special about you. But in fact, there's plenty special about us. We're rational in ways that other animals aren't.
Well,
are you talking about William Lane Craig or?
But yeah, I'm like in many ways, like a dog is more rational because he doesn't fuck around with this fart sniffing. I want to justify bullshit that is evidently not true, and then hold debates in front of hundreds of people about my favorite fairy tales. Like, in some ways, a dog is much more rational than a human.
Yeah, but they do judge things by sniffing their butt.
Nobody's perfect.
Right.
It's quite understandable why one should value that. I mean, I value knowledge, for example, as a philosopher. I think knowledge is a wonderful thing. I think it's valuable in itself. Now, am I going to be able to spell that out in a way that will persuade everybody or somebody who doesn't see it that way? I'm not sure that I can, but I believe it. But I don't think there being a God up there who is a God of knowledge makes the slightest jot of difference. So I would like an explanation of how it's supposed to. I want to say also a little bit about the resurrection, which I've not yet said anything about. If we had good reason to believe in the supernatural, then perhaps the gospel stories of the resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth might provide some ground for supposing that this was such an occurrence. But as a basis for belief in God, they seem to me to be feeble. We have 4 accounts, all written many years after the alleged events, not by eyewitnesses, but by devoted Christians who are writing them precisely to spread their religious belief. Matthew and Luke depend.
There's a lot more to this, but of course, much of what's come to our attention in recent years was after this debate was recorded.
Right. Yeah.
One being a scholar. Now, the idea may have been around beforehand, but basically, it took an expert on Greek, like dramatic, historic sounding literature, but like literature as in fiction, in order to produce. And so in order to look into it, you needed a theologian, a Greek expert, a literature expert. Like you needed the right combination of experts. But TLDR is Mark reads as being just as real as the Odyssey and the Iliad, and for the same reasons. Like it's narrative-ish, but every single element in it is symbolic, and the story doesn't really make sense on its own, and various things like that. And there was a whole scholarly breakdown on the damn thing. But prior to that, when this debate was recorded, there were people who had that idea, but nobody had actually done the work to show it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And very heavily on Mark, and apparently also on another common source which is lost, generally referred to as Q. So these are not independent reports, but even so, they contain many discrepancies, not least with regard to the events and timing of Jesus' passion. The Gospel of John seems to be somewhat later, and yet more discrepant, both in chronology and theology. Here Jesus claims divinity in terms not seen in the other Gospels. And anyone who wants to investigate this, I've put a couple of references up there.
It's also worth noting that which Gospels got selected was determined later. So the Gospels that God included are not necessarily more holy or more true than the ones that got rejected, because it was humans making the call for political reasons. There's no reason to suspect John is more true than the infancy Gospel of Thomas, you know?
Well, the reasons that they're selecting it is just whichever seems to fit in the best with one another, which always amazes me why they sort of say, oh, they all are concurrent and support one another. And it's like, yeah, they were handpicked to do that. Like that, they were picked to fit in with one another. So that's not exactly, it makes a lot of sense that they would. So I don't understand that particular argument.
It's policy. I'm distracted because Theo said Ember and Mark read Mark sounds like a fun title, and it kind of does. And like, so as I mentioned at the start of the show, I'm doing a little making over for the new year. Hot Topic, the weekday morning show at 11 a.m. Eastern every weekday, Monday through Friday. We'd been calling it Hot Topic since its inception in August. But now we're not doing it the way we were at the time. The show has evolved. So we're changing the name starting Monday to Learning Together Live, because that's what we're doing. We're learning together and we're doing it live. I've changed the playlist. I've changed the titles on the forthcoming episodes. I have not changed the thumbnails because I haven't had time to make new thumbnails. We'll see how that goes. But new shows after the ones that are already planned will reflect the new title on their thumbnails. It's a makeover process. It takes a minute. Transition takes a while. It's a process. I've been doing a little pre-spring cleaning with the rest of the channel. And one of the changes I made is because the nature of the channel seems to be moving more and more towards pro-humanism, pro-science, and less anti-Bible. I've sort of set aside the adult Bible study for a couple of reasons. The first is the views have not been great on it, even though it's tremendous fun to do. But the other is because the entire series is kind of tainted by the first episode. I had a co-host who days after that episode caused a lot of problems. And so people find the channel, decide they like what I'm doing, they subscribe, which everyone should do. And also tell your friends, but they'll subscribe, they'll find the adult Bible study, and they'll be like, this is hilarious, and they'll watch more episodes, because the playlist was getting views, even though the videos weren't, because YouTube's weird that way. And then they'll get back to the first episode, and they'll find my co-host, and then they'll go to my co-host channel, and even though he isn't on following episodes, he's been telling people to not subscribe over here, to put it as briefly as possible. And then they're like, oh, well, this person that Ember said I should trust says not to trust Ember. And so they unsubscribe.
That's horrible.
And yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't even know any of this was going on. Yeah, that sucks.
It's a whole thing, and I do try very hard to keep drama off. That's why I haven't mentioned the person's name or there's a whole fucking thing. But that actually has to do with the survivor's mug that I mentioned earlier. Is that particular person has a group of people who include the person who made those comments about violence against minority women. So yeah, it's a whole thing, and we're not going to get into the breakdown of that right now. Probably not at all. There are people who want to do something of setting things straight, because it's not just me. I'm just one of many, many people that this individual has called for direct violence against. But we're not.
Wow.
I'm not doing a drama channel thing, so we're not going to deal with that.
No, fair.
Yar. But the only reason I mention it is because I'm not making very good decisions lately, because I haven't gotten much sleep, because I've had people harassing me for weeks. But that's neither here nor there. Is because the way Theo's title was funny, and I for some reason felt the need I had to explain why I just spring cleaned away adult Bible study, because this makes me want to bring adult Bible study back so we could do the title. But it doesn't have to be adult Bible study. It could just be Ember and Mark read Mark, for instance.
Right. Okay, gotcha. I understand where that. Yeah, fair enough.
It's probably fine. We're 2.5 hours into a stream, so we don't. I'm okay. Well, I'm not entirely sure. There are stalkers in the weeds who are trying to. It's weird because there's like 9 people that are trying to keep an eye on like 25 people plus organizations and shit. But they seem to be stalking everything. So I don't know if they've got bots or they're doing it 24/7 or whatever the case may be, but it's weird. It is weird. So
I have no idea. Look, I people that are sort of hanging around trying to find, I generally find myself, I just don't worry about it, and I just, maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. I just get on with my own thing. I find worrying about what other people are doing is detrimental to what you're doing. Like it will cause you to do less well. So I try to just go, look, you do your thing. If you want to follow me around and get shots of me or do stupid video, you do that. Go for it. I don't care. I will do what I'm trying to do and not worry about what you're trying to do, because it just doesn't concern me. I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's right. I don't know. That's what I do. I just go, if you want to be petty, if you want to be small, if you want to do all of this thing, go for it. Do it. And I'll do my thing. And hey, sometimes that's being petty at you, as seen by my latest awards night for the Creationists. But hey, that's what I'm doing. I don't expect you to care about what I'm doing. I don't.
But if you do care about what Mark's doing, head over to Mark's channel. It's linked in the description.
Nobody cares what I'm doing.
And check
Come
out
on
the
now.
most
Come on.
recent fundamentalist fails. It's so
look.
fun.
I put so much work into that, and almost no one watched it, and that's okay. Like, don't get me wrong, I put work into it, but that's okay. Totally it is what it is, and it was really fun to do. So I consider that a victory, no matter what happens. And I had fun, and that's really the important part. I had fun. So
it's true.
yeah, I thought it was great. I enjoyed it. Really fun.
Hell yeah.
I put a ton of work into it. I did way too much. I did like
it's great. It really is. And it's short. Compared to other fundamentalist fails, it's very short. It won't take much of your time, and you will enjoy it, I promise.
But here's the thing, like, I'm not complaining. I actually find it funny that the show that I put the most work in got the least views. To me, that's hilarious, right? Like, that's so funny. It's just hilarious. And it's just that, okay, so about being cynical, I'm like, yeah, that's about right. Maybe it's an Australian thing, but like trying your best and it totally falling on its ass is sometimes just hilarious, you know, like it really is. And you know, I had fun doing it, so I don't really care, you know, like it's just, yeah. And I'm going to do it next year. Look, nobody watches it. I'm still going to do it. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. I'm going to do it again next year because I had fun. So, you know, that's about all.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Meanwhile,
but you know, if someone's going, oh, no one watched it, and following me around and saying all this stuff, you do you. You go do you. I'll do me. Like, you know, I think that worrying about what other people is doing is really detrimental to you. And that's what I'm getting at. Worrying about what other people are thinking and doing and whether they're coming, whether they're not, whether they're doing, it's so detrimental to your own life. Just do your thing, Ember. Just take off. Soar, girl, and do what you want to do. Absolutely. Don't let the haters sort of, you know, make you worry about them because they're not worth worrying over. They're not worth it. Whoever it is, it's not worth it.
We try. It's harder.
It's easier said than done. Absolutely. Totally gotcha. Yeah. And I do try. And I worry about what other people think as well. Yeah, absolutely. I think we all do at some point. But I try not to. And I guess that's you know, my 2 cents of advice that isn't worth much, but hey, you know, it is what it is.
Hey, 2 cents are increasing in rarity now because we're not producing pennies anymore. So
no, that's true. That's true. And it's
with
exactly,
they'll be more valuable.
And it's exactly 2 cents worth. Not a cent more, not a cent less. Exactly 2 cents worth of advice coming your way.
Oh goodness.
Maybe it's a Temu worth of advice. A Temu advice.
I used to carry a couple of pennies around, and when I came across a person who was
in case you died, you can put it on your eyes and go past.
No, those are that's what quarters are for.
Okay,
no,
gotcha.
I'd hold out the 2 pennies and I'd show one and I'd have the other contained in my palm and I'd be like, penny for your thoughts. And when they'd look at me funny, I'd open my palm and go, or would you like my 2 cents? And isn't it weird that you like offer 1 penny for their thoughts, but 2 pennies to offer them yours?
Yeah, but that wouldn't work where I am because like we don't have pennies. So that wouldn't work. I would have to say a cent for your thought. And that doesn't convey the right message, you know, like it doesn't convey if I say, you know, a cent for your thoughts, it really sounds like I'm gonna like fart in your general direction. It really does. I'm sorry.
Would you like to try my cent?
Yeah, I don't know. That does not convey the right direction. No. That doesn't work here.
Oh, that's a lovely scent. Oh, I have a scented candle. I have a candle. It's.
Oh, what's the scent of the candle?
Does it say? To prevent fire or injury. It does not say.
Oh.
No, it doesn't say, but it smells delightful. I've burned it once, and it's. But yeah, I can turn on my candle and have pretty smells. Behold the miracle of fire, our oldest technology, with the possible exception of sticks and rocks.
Rocks. Rocks are probably the oldest technology. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So both Jester and Marin said they different things, but the general gist of we can all read the Bible together. That's a possibility. And also Bree is here. Hello, Bree. We were talking about you earlier.
I did announce to my members yesterday, and I guess I'll announce it today. I'm going to change, thanks to Stop the Stupidity and came with a fantastic idea. Aimbot is probably going to change slightly, and I'm going to be doing Am I the Arsehole on the Bible. So I'm basically going to call it Is God the Arsehole? And I'm going to go through the Bible as if it were an Am I the Arsehole post. You know, so I've got to rewrite the Bible. Sorry about that, Christians. And to, am I the asshole posts, and then, you know, do them.
We're all doing spring cleaning and such.
Yeah, well, it's New Year. It's New Year, and
That's right.
you know, I do love aimbot, but you know, it was such a good idea. Like, Stop the Stupidity just brought it up. Like, why don't you do "Am I the asshole" on the Bible? And I'm like, oh, that is such a good idea. That is the best idea
yeah.
I've heard of. Like, seriously, it really, you know, as I said at the time, it really tickled my pickle. So I was absolutely blown. I'm like, yeah, is God the asshole? Is just such a fantastic idea. It's just incredible. So yeah, I decided to run with that. Will take a bit more work, but hey, that's okay. I thought, you know, it was one of those ideas that you hear that is just too good to pass up. And so a big thank you to Stop the Stupidity for, you know, actually, you know, he's called Stop the Stupidity, but that is such a stupid idea. It's good. That idea is stupid good, right? Like, so, you know, as opposed to his name, he's actually starting more stupidity on my channel, and I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it. I'm all across that.
Now that's a bad influence.
Yeah, he's the best. He's the best bad influence I've ever had.
Oh my. All right, so that's a bunch of tangents. But yeah, well, we shall proceed. And what could possibly go wrong?
To a book by Geza Vermesh and another one by Bart Ehrman. If you really want to know the truth, go and look at the book, see what they say. I think, certainly when I was a believer, I found this kind of thing quite problematic. Despite the discrepancies, the Gospels do cohere reasonably well, but that's not surprising because they were selected by the early church as canonical, whilst many more were rejected as forgeries or heretical. And those are the ones we know of. That's from a different book by...
that list, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So we've got the Epistle of the Apostles, the Gospel according to the Hebrews, the Gospel of the Ebionites, the Gospel of the Egyptians, the Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of the Nazarenes, the Gospel of Nicodemus, the Gospel of Peter, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of the Savior. Jesus did write one, apparently. The Coptic Gospel of Thomas, the Infancy Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Truth, the Papyrus of Edgerton, 2, the Proto-Gospel of James, the Secret Gospel of Mark, and it's worth noting, there is another book called the Gospel of Mark, but it's not the Mark we have. Another book makes reference to it, but it's very clearly not the book we have. So whatever. And then it goes on. I could list them all off. There's a lot, and some of them make more sense than others, but you get the point. There's a lot.
Yeah.
Bart Ehrman. So such coherence as there is gives little evidential force. Moreover, they signally fail to cohere, especially in the passion narratives, with non-gospel literature. So here we have from Matthew's gospel the claim about the veil of the temple being rent, an earthquake, darkness over all the earth for 3 hours, and bodies of the...
This sounds like a really good time to me, because, like, you know, it was dark for hours, and I rent my garments, and the earth shook. Oh, baby. No, that's not what we're... Never mind.
Saints being revived and going and walking around Jerusalem. None of this is reported in any other contemporary sources. Are we really supposed to take this seriously as evidence that the scientific worldview is fundamentally wrong? I've got some other points, but I'm probably going to have to stop there.
Thank you.
Pesky time limits, but it's a notable point. Like, if we're basing the entire authority on the Gospels being true and accurate, they were handpicked, as we discussed earlier, and there's a whole bunch that were not. But B, the claims they do make that are theoretically verifiable have all been found to be false.
Yes.
So, oops.
Just before I invite our two debaters this evening to conclude with 5 minutes each, I would like to thank them both because it isn't easy, a format such as this, but it's an important format, and I think they have handled themselves with dignity and professionalism. I think we owe them a round of applause for that.
That's a fair point. There was absolutely no trash fire, and while you might say that's the bare minimum for professional individuals acting in a dignified fashion, considering we often get the YouTube flavor of debates up in here, it is worth noting there was not a single ad hominem made tonight. And
there is no such thing as a blood sport debate. At that point, it's a petty argument. Like it's just a childish argument. Like there's no such thing. A debate is a structured format. There's no such thing as a blood sport debate. It's just a fucking dumpster fire at that point. We've already got a word for that.
Oh my goodness. We do love our flaming dumpsters. Sometimes.
Oh, boy,
my
sometimes, yeah.
Could I welcome back for his last 5 minutes, and I mean 5 minutes, Professor Craig.
All right, closing statements. I don't know what the fuck comes after, but 5 minutes. We're almost at the 3-hour mark, but we can finish this, folks. I believe in us.
Well, in my closing comments, let me try to draw together some of the threads of this debate. First, have we seen any good arguments for atheism in tonight's debate? Well, I think it's clear that we haven't really heard any compelling arguments for atheism. All we've heard is that
it's everything he's set for. Okay, once again, he's not making arguments for atheism. He's answering the proposition of the debate, which is, does God exist? Not, is atheism true? But also, for fuck's sake, he finished with an argument that favors, well, maybe not atheism, but let's say not Christianity, which is that what we can match up from reality contradicts the claims made in the gospel, which is a pretty strong indicator that those gospels are not true.
Yes.
Shrug.
Yeah, and I think sort of, so when he's saying atheism, he's taking the philosophy of religion position with an atheism is a no stance to a God exists, not just a lack of belief in a God, but a positive claim that a God does not exist kind of thing. So that's what he's taking from it. And I think he has produced not just arguments, but also evidence that a God does not exist. Like, for instance, the inductive evidence that things need a brain to have a mind, or a physical structure to have any kind of mind. You know, that we don't see evidence for God. And you know, he said, yes, in some cases, a lack of evidence doesn't imply a evidence of an absence, but in this case where we do expect to see more evidence, and I found William Lane Craig's answer to that to be so absurdly flimsy, it really did stand out as the point where he kind of lost the plot. Like, he really did lose the plot, where he's basically saying, well, God didn't show you evidence because he wouldn't want you to hate him. It's really, really weird.
Argument.
Right. That was a really bad argument with no correlation to anything we see before. You know, if you want somebody to love you, the first thing you ought to do, or a omniscient being would know to do, was provide solid evidence that you fucking exist.
It helps.
Yeah. So that's a problem for Craig, but sort of this sophistry of, oh well, I didn't hear any argument. There are a ton of them, right? So he is making the case that a God, but he's doing this Mott and Bailey thing, right? Where he's basically saying, well, he hasn't presented evidence, like conclusive evidence against any God, any major God out there, but he really did address William Lane Craig's God, which, you know, I think this was the Christian God, wasn't it? Like, does the Christian God exist? the debate. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought that was the debate title. Craig versus Peter McMillan. Oh, no, it's just, does God exist? But, you know, I think that he really is, you know, there definitely were arguments against any nebulous God. And I think that shooting down your arguments is, you know, showing that there is evidence against it. I absolutely think so. But the idea that you have to present evidence against like or arguments against a God of deism, right? Like, so if you're unfamiliar, deism is the idea that a God started everything in motion, just rolled the ball down the hill, and then does not interact with his creation in any way going forward, right? Like, that's basically a hands-off God, you know, started the universe, Big Bang, and then, you know, it just... The problem with that is that if you have no evidence for it, then it still doesn't provide any evidence that it does exist. And it's kind of an unfalsifiable proposition, which you can't investigate, right? There's no way to get any evidence for him actually existing, because he does not provide any evidence in this world. So how could William Lane Craig say, well, there's the fine-tuning argument? But if he just started the world and then stepped back, then you wouldn't expect things to be fine-tuned. Mm-hmm. It's just a beginning and then off it rolls. So William Lane Craig is arguing for a personal God that interacts with his creation and does all of these things. And when he argues against that, he's basically saying, well, he didn't disprove any instance of God. And no, he's addressing the one you're presenting, which is what you're supposed to do in a debate. Like, if he went, oh, well, I'm going to address the Satan, the god of mischief, or Loki, the god of mischief, you'd be like, well, that's not the God I'm presenting. Right. Which would be a fair comment, right? You're straw-manning his position by addressing a God that he is in fact not presenting. But William Lane Craig is basically presenting the Christian God and then taking refuge in any God whatsoever, which is that Mott and Bailey, which is like, well, I'll present the Christian God, but when I get challenged, I'm going to go back to this sort of deistic God that doesn't interact with things. So I think that's really what he's doing. He's really sort of playing on the two kinds of gods that he's mucking around with. Just a cause, and then, you know, everything the same, and the Christian God, which obviously we should see more evidence for that.
Verily, I doth say. But yeah, it's really... I keep trying to like visualize what would happen if it went the way Craig seems to be implying it should have gone, which if he did like try to disprove every god, he'd inevitably get drawn down into, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? And at the end of the debate, Craig would be like, well, he never dispelled this version of my God, you know, like, no, you have to address the claims that are presented. You can't counter everything. Not in a limited time anyway. Ay. Prove God doesn't exist without scientism religion. Yeah, like that, kind of.
Yeah, pretty much.
His existence should be more obvious, but that is a highly subjective personal judgment. I see no reason to think it's true, especially if God knew that providing more evidence wouldn't lead to a greater degree of salvation and knowledge of God on the part of human persons. So we've not seen any reason tonight to answer the question, does God exist, in the negative. Have we seen some good reasons to think that theism is true? Well, I think we have. First, the origin of the universe. We've seen philosophical arguments and physical arguments.
Again, you can grant origin of the universe, yada, yada. That gets you deism at best. And I do mean at best.
Yeah.
For the beginning of the universe, we've also seen that if the universe began to exist, had an absolute beginning, that it surely must have had a transcendent cause that brought it into being.
Nope, that doesn't follow.
And whether or not one wants to indict epiphenomenalism or not as a theory of mind. The point is that I can't think of anything that would fit the description of an immaterial, non-spatial, trans-temporal substance which could causally bring the universe into being apart from an unembodied mind.
A, no. B, the fact you can't think of it doesn't mean that that's how it has to be. And C, we don't actually have a reason to apply any of those characteristics to this supposed cause. That's shit that's being added on because Bill wants to, because he wants to get to his version of a god, not because there's a reason to do so. Or at least he can come up with a reason, but like a rigorous reason that withstands scrutiny, you know?
That conclusion is then confirmed by the fine-tuning argument for a designer of the cosmos.
Hold on, that's not a conclusion, that's a supposition. And fine-tuning doesn't confirm that either. What do you call it? When two ideas are compatible, they're compatible with each other, but they don't confirm each other. Holy shit.
Which shows that this being must be a mind of incomprehensible intelligence in order to fine-tune this universe for intelligent life. That leads then to the moral argument. Is this creator and designer of the universe a good being? Well, I think so, because if God does not exist, it's plausible that objective moral values and duties do not exist. Here, Dr. Millican says human...
Right, maybe, sort of, but it's not really relevant, because you could theoretically have objective moral values and duties. I don't believe you do. I haven't been convinced that we do, but you could have those without a god or with multiple gods. Like these are, the thing has nothing to do with the other thing.
And as Millican pointed out, a vast majority of the philosophers, like it's about even, right, of the philosophers that think that moral values are subjective and objective, right, or moral facts exist, right? So about, or I think he said about 56% think that they're objective. Okay, which is roughly even, right? But out of the ones that think they're objective, I only like some percentage, like what do you say, 30-something%, think that it comes from a god. So there's tons of philosophers out there who believe in objective moral facts, but also don't think they come from a god. They think they come from elsewhere, right? They think they come from an evolutionary process or the way that the universe works or just some fundamental property of the universe. I've heard T-Jump argue for a force yet to be discovered that is the moral force that, like the quantum fields, that will provide morality, and we're just sort of discovering it as we go along. And while, you know, I really think it doesn't work myself, I don't see any reason to believe it's a god over some mysterious moral force like dark matter that we've only just discovered and we're figuring out as we go along. There's no reason to believe a god over that. So I think that, you know, I don't lend it any credit as being a serious thing, but I do appreciate that it's an exercise in showing that you can literally claim objective morality by postulating anything, like the Force from Star Wars kind of thing. There's a light side and a dark side, and, you know, the good is a light side, and, you know, that carries just as much weight as a god.
It explains in some ways more, because there's a reason why the thing is invisible. It's produced by microscopic thingies called midichlorians or whatever. Like, whereas with God, like, he's supposed to be everywhere all the time and walks around in a body sometimes. You know, it's not the same. It's, if your religion posits an explanation for the universe that is not only not in any way demonstrable, but actually presents a criteria, traits, characteristics that are less in keeping with the universe we observe than the fucking Force from Star Wars, you've got a weak theology. Just saying.
And beings are rational, but I see no reason to think that that invests them with some sort of intrinsic value on atheism. For example, Sam Harris is an atheist, and he says that the locus of moral value is the flourishing of sentient life. Now, that would include rats, snakes, baboons, as well as human beings. So why prefer human flourishing on a naturalist view to just sentient life flourishing? Indeed, why should it be?
It's almost like if there were an objective morality to the universe, as in the universe itself has to obey these moral laws, just like it has to obey gravitational laws or something like that. We might see a whole bunch of different sentient beings on the earth, like snakes and baboons and so forth. And behold, we find a planet that has more than just humans on it, but in fact does include snakes and baboons and whatnot. How strange.
Sentient life's flourishing that is the locus of the good. It seems to me that short of God, any sort of explanatory stopping point is just arbitrary. Particularly difficult is the problem of moral obligation and prohibition. Where would these come from if there is no moral lawgiver?
Social contract.
Dr. Millican says most philosophers today are moral realists, but not theists. That's right, and that goes to support premise 2, that objective moral values exist. That's what that shows, but you can't appeal to popular vote.
When you say most, when you say most, it's 56%. It's not an overwhelming majority of philosophers, right? It's not it is one of those things, like whether morals are objective or subjective, that is contentious. It's not an overwhelming majority. So, people have different opinions on different sides. Most neurologists would say that, there is an objective standard of morality that comes from your brain chemistry and all of this kind of stuff. That may not be the case. It may be. And it also depends on whether you're a determinist. Like a hard determinist would say, well, you're not actually making decisions, which I would sort of, I won't go into it because it's a massive conversation, but does morality even exist at that point? There's people that say moral nihilists. They're basically like, well, morals don't exist at all. And you're just going through the set programming that you've had, which is weird to me. And, I don't believe, but they make these cases. So this whole idea that, a majority believe this. Yeah, but it's not exactly, the 99.9% of scientists that agree with evolution. It's like 56% of philosophers. So, it's not exactly overwhelming.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we should try to determine facts based on popularity. It's a better way to get to true answers than faith. Bill, actually, I'm looking at my camera, but I'm thinking of you, Bill. But it's not a good way to arrive at truth. It's like the Family Feud, right? Like, they'll ask a question of like, what 8 things did the survey say about how to be Steve Harvey or whatever? And Steve Harvey has ideas about how to be Steve Harvey, but the survey doesn't match because the survey is from other people who aren't Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
To try to say, therefore, theism isn't necessary. The fact is that most moral realists don't have any adequate.
Like, surveys can change too. Like, oh my goodness, I know I'm the worst about this, but like, if we ask this year, say 90% of philosophers say objective morals are true and yada yada, and then next year it's 48% of philosophers say, was it true and now it's not true? Because it doesn't indicate trueness, is what I'm saying. Truthiness, even.
Basis for their moral realism insofar as they're non-theists. He says, but then how can we detect moral values? How do we know what they are? Well, I would say that God may have constituted us in such a way that we can apprehend the moral realm. In fact, that's exactly what the Bible says. It says that God has written his moral law in the hearts of all persons so that we have an instinctual grasp of the moral law. So apart from God, it's very hard to see how we can have objective moral duties, but given God, moral duties and values are in place. Finally, the resurrection of Jesus. Here, Dr. Millican pointed to the discrepancies in the gospel accounts. I want to point out that the 3 facts that I mentioned are agreed upon by the majority of historians.
Here's the thing. Just a sec, Ember. Here's the thing. I don't think you need like objective moral duties. I think it is enough there are moral duties that allow you to live within complex societies that if you do want to live within those societies, those are the duties you should perform. Like, for instance, it may not be an objective moral duty for you not to, let's take an example that was mentioned earlier, send death threats to people, right? Like, that might not be an objective moral duty, but if you wish to live in a society, then ethically, according to the ethics of society, you ought to have that moral, because if you don't, you are not living according to the ethics of society. And society at large will have a negative reaction to that, because that is something that is determined intersubjectively between the members of society. Like, no God's going to stop you from making death threats. No one's going to come down and, tie your tongue, but, society will not look kindly upon it, because it's, according to society, it is wrong. Now, somebody who believes that evolution is the source of objective moral values would say, well, you have a moral duty to not do that, because we are a social species, and that sociability is what allows us to survive. So, objectively, without society, an individual human is terrible by themselves. They have a very, very low survival chance. Even experienced people with, surviving solo and by themselves, as soon as they break a leg or encounter some danger, they're done, right? So humans do not survive well on their own. So anything against the sociability of a society is going to be bad, because there's a lot more danger in being alone than there is being with people. So that's how that's sort of explained. I don't think it really covers it. I don't think it's objective, but that's enough for another topic. And I should have a debate coming up on this, actually. 24th, I think it is. Yeah. Against our friend Objective Ethics. I think he appeared on the show once. We covered a debate of his.
Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, I like him. I think he's great. Like, I disagree with him, but that doesn't mean I can't like him. I like plenty of people I disagree with.
Yeah, I mean, as I've gotten a lot less picky about my philosophical viewpoint comparisons of as things stand right now. As a general rule, as long as you agree that all humans deserve human rights, fine. We can discuss philosophy all you like. You're welcome to hang out. It's when you start saying that certain kinds of humans aren't actually human and probably should be exterminated, that nah. we're not entertaining that around here, fam.
He said, but what about Vermish and Ehrman? Vermish and Ehrman agree with the facts that I just mentioned. Both of them affirm the empty tomb. Ehrman affirms all of these facts. Here's what Ehrman says, and I quote.
Okay, so affirming 3 facts does not make the other facts that aren't being affirmed true, right?
Mm-hmm.
It can help build credibility, but that doesn't matter much when we have other facts that are definitely not true.
Correct.
More to the point, I don't care, argument to authority all day long. Show me the empty tomb. We don't have it. Like, there are tourist locations. Ron Wyatt found a version of the empty tomb. Whatever.
Ron Wyatt found everything. Yeah,
absolutely. But more to the point, Paul doesn't mention it. None of the early church fathers mention it. It only shows up in the Gospels after everyone who could have said otherwise is dead.
Yes.
So, pretty sure that one's made up.
What earliest account was about 70, 75 AD, which was Mark, I think. It was Mark that was the earliest, wasn't it? So, yeah, after everybody died, that's the first gospel we have showing up. Paul's are from earlier, but don't forget, Paul never met Jesus. He's not writing it contemporary. What he's doing is going back to Jerusalem, and according to the author who wrote it down, spoke to lots of people that he didn't name or, quote verbatim, just said what they said. It's sort of hearsay evidence kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. but I have here a list of 500 witnesses.
There are a couple of things that we can say for certain about Jesus after his death. We can say with relative certainty that he was buried. We also have solid traditions to indicate that women found this tomb empty 3 days later. This is attested in all our gospel sources, early and late, and so it appears to be a historical datum. And so I think we can say that after Jesus' death with some certainty,
It is
that
not.
he was buried.
No. It is not a historical datum. There is no way that is not a historical datum. That is a religious belief. Historians don't go, oh, because the Bible says there was an empty tomb, there was an empty tomb. In fact, historically, we have no idea who Joseph of Arimathea was, or if he even existed at all. We've got no idea. Like, he's not mentioned in any other text anywhere, which for a guy who can afford a tomb, which is a very, accorded to a very privileged few in that society, he seems to appear nowhere else, which is unusual.
It's unusual, not unheard of. But as I've said since the very beginning of this channel, if Jesus lived, Jesus died. That's not really a controversial statement. So we can just grant that, right? Let's say there was a tomb, and let's say that women found it empty. Cool. Out of all the possible reasons that the tomb that Jesus died and then was buried in, which as unlikely as that may be, let's just grant it, out of all the possible reasons that tomb could be empty, no matter how short or long, the very least likely is going to be magic. In fact, that wouldn't even make the list, because the list is of possible reasons the tomb might be empty. So far, we could just give Bill everything he wants, and he still hasn't demonstrated magic.
Possibly by this fellow Joseph of Arimathea, and that 3 days later he appeared not to have been in his tomb. Ehrman also accepts the appearances and the origin of the disciples' belief. So why doesn't Ehrman accept the...
Ehrman can accept whatever the fuck he likes, but according to the Gospels, the person who appeared looked like a different person.
Yes.
So what do you mean?
Yeah. And one of his closest followers, because of the way he looked, didn't believe that it was him. And there's a lot of excuses given to this. Oh, well, he changed in how he looked when he ascended. And why? If he's there to tell the message of him coming back from the dead, why do that? Why give him a face-off situation, apparently? I don't know.
He's a Time Lord, clearly.
Why?
Squiddies. I thank you, Titan. Hello. Welcome, squid folk. Sea folk. I don't know how to properly refer to y'all, but welcome. We're doing the closing arguments of Bill Craig versus Peter Millican, and we're hoping to confirm whether God actually exists or not. I'm sure we will settle this debate. What's
cephalopods? Cephalopods, maybe. Welcome, cephalopods. I don't know what they're called. Squiddies. Okay.
Okay, it's President Sundays, folks. Well, hello and welcome. Yes, like Titan says, subscribe while you're here. We do these every other week. On the opposite week, we're doing debate reviews over on Mark's, but we do a weekday show, Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern, about learning science and history and all kinds of interesting stuff. So, dude, stick around if you're into that sort of thing.
It's a fun time.
Jesus, for philosophical reasons. He's a naturalist, and therefore miracles are impossible for Ehrman. The skepticism of biblical critics who deny the resurrection of Jesus is not predicated on historical grounds, but philosophical grounds. The facts that I mentioned are in place. But if you're not a naturalist, if you're open-minded to theism, it seems to me very plausible that the best explanation of the facts is the one that...
Well, being open-minded to theism isn't the same as being open-minded to supernaturalism. right? Like I don't want to get into a big long thing about it, but you could have a God who follows natural rules. I mean, you'd think he would if he set up the natural rules. You don't have to have magic, whatever.
The disciples gave, God raised Jesus from the dead. Finally, my fifth point has gone undiscussed today, that you can know God exists by immediate and personal experiencing him, the God who raised Jesus from the dead.
Yeah, you can't debate that. You know,
Yeah.
like, of course it's gone unaddressed. So Craig's thing, burning in the bosom, you know, and I find it profoundly unconvincing because, first of all, I can't know what Bill is feeling, but more to the point, what he describes about this feeling of wholeness and sense of oneness with the divine and the unity and the Blovins and the Glavinoids and all this shit. Every religion describes something similar. You know,
as well as
the
people
Islam,
on drugs.
Muslims say it, the Hindus say it, the Buddhists say it, like everybody. Hell, I felt it in a secular way. I'll have those moments of extreme peace and epiphany where I feel at one with the fucking universe. You know, everybody gets that. It doesn't.
Plus, you can
one
activate
religion.
that feeling via heroic doses of drugs. Like they've actually done a study on this, what they're sort of calling a spiritual experience. No, mystical experience. Sorry, mystical experience. And they noticed that, I mean, a lot of theists use it as, oh, well, this shows that a God exists. But it's like, no, wait, the experience that you're describing is very similar to people on LSD. Like it is very, very similar. Like, which means that you change your brain chemistry, you can have this feeling kind of thing. It certainly works. But there's no reason to think it is actually a supernatural experience, especially because you can trigger it with chemicals. You know, like that is something that, you know, and they'll use it as, oh, it shows all of these different things. Like, no, it is the feeling of being one with the universe. It's not actually saying that you are actually one with the universe. It is the feeling. And you know, what they describe, I felt as well. And I've never been religious. Ever.
Yeah. So there we have it. Everybody gets that feeling, that special feeling deep down inside. You know.
Yeah.
Is alive today and can be known personally, and I would encourage you to seek and find him in your own personal life if you haven't had the joy of doing so yet. Thank you.
He did the same thing against Hitchens, so it's like his favorite send-off. I guess it's a requirement to be an apologist, but it's like the weakest ending. It's like, well, search your feelings, you know it to be true. Thank you. You know, like it's the Darth Vader ending. And Darth Vader could demonstrate his magic powers.
Yes, yes. He could choke a bitch. That is correct, yes. That would be more convincing than what a God has shown us.
Uh-huh.
I don't see God running. I don't see Jesus running around with a lightsaber. I mean, come on. That would be convincing, yes.
I mean, some people have confused a certain character with a lightsaber for Jesus. It's so funny when you see somebody praying to the Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm easily amused though.
Thank you, Professor Craig. And for his final 5 minutes summing up, please welcome back Professor Millican.
Thank you very much. I disagree with Bill that no arguments for atheism have been presented here, and indeed that I haven't addressed the issue of religious experience. I pointed out at the beginning that religious experience is an extremely unreliable method of knowledge or alleged knowledge. People have religious experiences of all sorts. Perhaps those disciples after the resurrection were having those too. But the appropriate way to check up on those is not biblical scholarship. It's actually experimental psychology. The question we have to ask ourselves is, how likely is it that that evidence could have arisen by perfectly natural means, by human psychology? And that's not begging the question. It needs to be done. We don't yet know the answers, but we will at some point. Now, it seems...
And again, this was way in the... I mean, it's not like Copleston debate way in the past, but it's a bit in the past. Like this is before Apologia even had the idea for the minimal witnesses hypothesis. I mean, honestly, he came up with that mostly to counter Gary Habermas's minimal facts thing because it's hilarious, but it's a solid hypothesis. It really only
actually is,
two. Two people burning in the bosom, and that's it.
Yep.
Seems to me entirely reasonable if one finds that that evidence can be explained in a natural way. Indeed, that there were loads of people making divine claims, supposedly performing miracles, that we've got loads of gospels and other written works, not only from Christians, but other groups, coming out with all sorts of fantastic stories. It's not surprising you can sift 4 of them and find ones that are relatively plausible, even though, as we've seen, some of what they say seems very far-fetched. Does Bill really believe that those bodies rose from the dead and walked around Jerusalem at the time?
My favorite part, the zombie invasion in Matthew.
Yep. Even though no one recorded it, including the Romans, like nobody recorded this. Nobody heard any tales about it to record. There were historians in the area who didn't mention it.
Capital of a Roman province. Nobody noticed the zombies walking the streets.
Right. I think we can be fairly...
Nobody noticed the earthquake. Nobody noticed the eclipse that lasted hundreds of times longer than eclipses ever last. Nobody noticed the temple being rent and all this. Like, so much. Well, it happened spiritually, you see. It was only the people with the power of spiritual discernment, which at the time would have only been the disciples, because Jesus hadn't like spread his holiness to other or something. Maybe the 500. Who knows? But it's spiritually happened or something.
Yeah.
Time of the resurrection. Now, it seems to me reasonable that if we can explain these phenomena in natural terms, that is the better explanation. But I haven't just relied on that. I've also relied on the point that there are lots of different supernaturalist beliefs, loads of them, all supported by similar kinds of grounds. And then
it's true. That's another excellent point, because as I often say, I'm not actually opposed to the idea of there being a God, right? Like, if it's true, I want to know it, because I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. The problem is, as an outsider, I'm presented with claims of magic from Bill Craig, and I'm presented with almost identical claims of magic from Mohammed Hussain, and I'm presented with almost identical claims of magic from the followers of Sai Baba. And I mean, honestly, Sai Baba has the best evidence. There's video evidence. There's living witnesses in the millions. It's a lot better a case. And yet Christians aren't convinced by Sai Baba's followers. Why not? If it's based on the evidence. So
that's what I mean by intellectual inconsistency. Sorry, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's that having one standard for your own religion and then a different one for everybody else's. Sorry, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, member.
Oh, it's all good. It's a valid point. My point is that from an outside perspective, without a predisposition to follow any particular tradition, how am I to choose which one is correct, if any? Because they could all be wrong.
But they
I've
can't
got
all
nothing
be right.
to work with here.
They can't all be right. So you can't intellectually say, well, anybody that has 2 people with a burning in their bosom, that is true, because, you know, you would have to believe in contradictory religions. And now you could say, oh, well, they're all reflections of trying to describe the one God kind of thing, but the practitioners all disagree. And then you're left without knowing anything, because any of their concepts could be wrong. So you're left with, oh, there's a God, I don't know anything about them.
Well, that's why it's a mystery religion.
Well, yeah. I mean, some people do that. They're sort of like, well, there's a God, I believe in God, I'm not religious. And I understand what that means. It's just they believe that a God exists, but have no particular religion they think has described him or has moral obligations or moral facts that come from that God, and that's fine. It's just, at that point, what is your God, and how do you show that they exist if you're going to argue with every single religion out there? You would think that something objective like a God, you would at least have a way to demonstrate the objectiveness of it. But no, they don't. So who knows? Who knows?
You touch on an interesting point. There's a couple of churches running around where they say that every religion is kind of right. It's a way of saying they're all right, but they're all missing something because human perception is limited and we can't possibly understand the totality of the divine. And if the divine were real, that's a reasonable thing to say. But I came across this one priest who said something along the line. No, I think he was a Lutheran minister, but whatever. He said, they're all wrong, but for different reasons. Because humans are bad at this. He was kind of going towards the parable about the blind man with the elephant sort of thing. Like we're all perceiving something.
Right.
But in our arrogance, we're trying to say that what we're perceiving is the totality of the thing. And we have no idea what we're talking about.
Well, I would rather people have a faith in God without religion than what we have, which is a whole bunch of religions fighting each other, trying to prove that their God is the best one. I would rather that, but that's not the world we live in.
Right, because there is a difference between gods and their religions, right? Like I mean, there's a movement today of people who are rejecting the Bible and leaving church, but they're still believing in Jesus in a general sort of vibes-based way, but whatever, because they're apprehending this notion that it is possible to be a worshiper of a God, but not participate in the church that tells you how to live in that God's name.
Yep.
So, yeah. I mean, I disagree with people with supernatural beliefs who can't demonstrate them anyway, but I would have a lot more common cause with a person who thinks it's wrong for people to invoke the divine in order to try to command other people how to live. That shit's not cool.
Yeah.
Therefore, those grounds are no good. And I don't believe that the arguments that Bill has given are good either. Well, sorry, I don't believe that they work. Bill is very keen on appealing to what he can imagine. Now, the problem is that what we can imagine has proved to be a very unreliable guide. I mean, he has problems with the number 0. Yeah, but it's used all the time. And it's used very effectively. And many of us find no problem with it. Infinities, yes, well, they look difficult
I have a
too.
problem with 0. I have a problem. You try to divide by 0 and you get undefined. That's my problem with 0. But it's not a problem. It only exists, that problem only exists because of the axioms of mathematics, which is trying to describe things in our world. And you can't have a set of 0 because it's not a set anymore, right? Like a set of 0 doesn't exist. That's the problem. It's just the way that mathematics works and it's axioms. That's all. And like infinity, it's just the way that it works and it's axioms. It's not, infinity isn't trying to describe something in the real world, right? Like it isn't describing an actual infinity in the real world because we've never found an infinity in the real world. So yeah, we're going to have problems with our intuition and these concepts because they're counterintuitive, and a lot of things are. We think things should work in a certain way, and they don't. They're counterintuitive. But it's not a problem. That's the thing. Mathematics is a language describing things in the real world, sure, but that doesn't mean it has to. Everything in maths has to have something in the real world, like imaginary numbers, the square root of -1. That doesn't exist in the real world. It's just a part of the axioms that it can define something that is not actually real. And there's a lot of formulas in mathematics that don't apply to anything in the real world. but they still exist in maths because it is that language of abstractions that describes something, that it can describe things that aren't real. And I mean, I was just having an argument in the chat earlier about, you know, things being real and things not being real. Yeah, okay, so here's the way to just distinguish between them. Things that are real has some kind of causal relation to other things in the physical reality. That is what is real, right? Like real things have causal relationships. Imaginary things don't. I can imagine a you know, super soldier in my head that can take down tons of Nazis and stuff and stop fascism. That's not actually having a causal relationship in the real world. Not directly. It might change my actions, but it's not directly having a causal relationship. That soldier is not actually marching to Germany and taking down all of the fascists or the White House or wherever they are now, right? Like that isn't just happening. So that's how to tell what is real and what is not real.
Okay, yeah, valid. You can't imagine something into being an efficient cause, to borrow from earlier on in our little side trip with Aristotle.
Nor a material cause. Like your imaginary construct will not be a material cause of anything. You can imagine a pregnant woman. She's not really going to give birth. Okay, that's not going to happen. You need a real pregnant person for that.
I mean, you could also imagine her giving birth. But yes,
Sure.
yes, that's a fair distinction. Similarly, the route I was thinking with the difference between math and reality is you can use other languages to describe things that don't actually exist too, like with English. Like Steve Rogers. I'm sure there's like hundreds of people named Steve Rogers, especially after the comic books got produced. It's probably millions by now, but whatever.
Yeah.
The Steve Rogers in the comics, not real.
And you can use language to describe things that are literally impossible, like logically impossible, like a married bachelor. We can describe that. We're using language as an abstraction, but it can't exist in the real world because it's logically impossible. But we can, and if you think we can't describe it with language, then what are we talking about right now?
That gets kind of meta.
Yeah.
We're just imagining at each other.
Yeah. So yeah, it's important. Like, and I cannot stress this enough. Okay, I can't stress this enough. It is really important for people all around the world, no matter where they come from, to be able to distinguish between imagination and reality. It's really important because when your imagination, you think it's real, it causes massive problems.
Yeah, that's an actual psychological condition, a diagnosis. Possibly more than one.
Yeah. Yeah.
As completely untamed until Cantor tamed them. Now, in those cases, we have logic and the avoidance of contradiction to guide us. And we can find that these things can be dealt with in a very coherent way.
Non-contradiction, of course, being one of the laws of logic.
Yes.
The other, identity and excluded middle, that we mentioned previously.
In other cases, like physics, we have to rely on experiment, on observation. Those are the only ways we can know what causes what. Bill continues to appeal to the claim that something can't come into existence without an efficient cause. I've pointed out that he hasn't actually got any reason for making that claim. All right, the quantum vacuum is not nothing, but still, you haven't got any evidence with regard to nothing. And claiming it about the universe, well, there's no evidence for that.
I don't like the way he phrased that, but as Mark pointed out earlier on, we have examples of things that happen without an efficient cause in this framework, like radioactive decay. There isn't a radioactive decayer that we can perceive anyway. Maybe it's radiation fairies.
So modern physics, if it teaches us anything, teaches us that these kinds of instincts are not reliable guides. The only thing we can go on is scientific investigation, careful, critical investigation, not taking tradition for granted, Just look at those empty hundreds of years when nothing changed. That's what happens if you rely all the time on tradition. Finally, I haven't mentioned the problem of evil much at all, and that's because I know what Bill's response to that is, which is typically to say, well, we don't know the ways of God.
The pedantic part of my brain requires of me that I push back on that a little bit and say things did change during the Dark Ages. There were lots of wars over who got to rule which patch of land full of serfs and things. I mean, there was some technological progress, but mostly we were backsliding, like indoor plumbing being one example. It's not super important, but eventually we did make some technological innovations, partly due to trade and influence from outside areas, but eventually the printing press was invented, and that was kind of crucial for the whole Renaissance to happen. But I get what Patrick is saying.
Yeah. And I think that what's really dangerous is our kind of there's certain sections of the popular that are just throwing scientific conclusions aside, and it is so dangerous. We now have sort of somebody that doesn't believe in the scientific conclusions of the vast amounts of scientists working in the health field responsible for health in the US, and you can see what happens, right? We've had measles outbreaks. They're talking about like not having a bill giving clean water to people. Like it is this rejection of scientific principles that leads to absolute disaster. And like I just, you know, they're really just targeting scientific understanding of everything. Look, you don't have to agree with the science, but when we're applying it to civics and social construction and things like that, just use the science. Like faith will not build buildings. It won't. It is the science of engineering, or all of the associated sciences, all the principles that we've learned that will do that.
My contrarian self is trying to come up with I can do it, but it's metaphorical. It's not helpful in this case.
Yeah.
James, it has been a while. Congratulations on a successful orbital completion, or whatever the fuck I said earlier that was much more clever than what I just did now.
There's so much nastiness in the world that has been rehearsed by plenty of writers. I'm not going to carry on reciting that, though I think it tells a very strong tale. One can always respond, well, God's ways are mysterious. For all we know, he has reasons. Yeah, maybe. For all we know, there's an anti-God, and he's got reasons too. That's no reason whatever for believing in God. Just the fact that the conflicting evidence can be explained away. I mean, think about it. If God is an omnipotent, omniscient agent, he can do whatever he likes. Okay. So what sort of world would you expect him to create? What's the evidence that would show that one particular divine being has been at work rather than another? Well, it's the goodness, isn't it? That's the crucial thing.
I don't like this argument, but it does invite some interesting avenues of thought. Like, what could we deduce about a creator from the world we see? What sort of creator would make this world? And what can we be sure of from those deductions? There's not a lot we have to work with, you know, like apparently he likes trees, I guess.
He likes bacteria.
He's much more fond of fish than land dwellers.
He likes things to share genetics all over the place. I'm describing a chaos god, aren't I? I'm really describing a chaos god. I've just realized that.
When we add in your favorite biological factor, endogenous retroviruses. What is that but a DLC of custom-made code updates? Okay.
When you say custom-made, yeah, I was just about to say, no. They usually cause incredible problems within organisms. So, you know, I don't know what that would be. It's like some random person in the update section, you know, like Microsoft in that update which broke everything, right? And just once by accident, they managed to send out something that works. Yeah, this analogy is falling down really hard. It just, you know.
I mean, it was fun for the first couple of seconds until our brains had a chance to really dig in and dismantle it.
Yeah.
Damn it, this is why we can't have nice things.
Yep.
We think about stuff.
So the problem of evil shouldn't be called the problem of evil. It should be called the problem of the empirical evidence. The problem of the empirical evidence is that the world we see just doesn't match up to what you'd expect from a perfect God. And moreover, when Bill is saying that morals depends on this God, how does he deal with the fact that the morality that comes from that supposedly omnipotent being, like annihilating 6 whole nations of people because they happen to be in the wrong place?
Oh, how does he deal with that? How does he deal? Hold his beer. How does he deal with that? You know how he deals with that? He says that was a good thing that all of those children were killed.
That's right. In fact, we have the whole. I don't want to play the whole supercut tonight, but there's a supercut with like a whole bunch of apologists saying a whole bunch of horrible things. You know what? Fuck it. Let's play the supercut. It's not quite 3 minutes. I think. Yeah, it'll be fun or something.
I have a problem with this stuff being normalized across the spectrum, and specifically, like, why push this on kids? Why introduce this to kids?
I am a depraved wretch. I am a great sinner. I'm a worm, completely undeserving of any love or any grace. I'm nothing. I'm nothing.
You're incapable of being a good person. You're an evil person. You're a terrible person. At the core fabric of who you are. That's why we need laws. We need laws because we're bad people. All of us are bad people.
You can't spell Pride Month without demon. PRIDEMONTH.
If we don't know who the women are, because they are just people, then we won't be able to pull the women up to equality with men.
We have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. And that's for 2 reasons. One of them is that every one of those people is a person who's been damaged. But the second one is every one of those people is basically, a huge problem to a sane world.
Transgenderism must be eradicated.
The LGBT, transgender, grooming our children's minds is a national security threat. We need to hold people for treason, start having some public hearings, and start executing people.
I will use whatever gives me victory. I don't care about the truth, and I don't care about the law. I care about one thing, the control.
But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president.
Then what happened is they rigged the election, and I became president, so that was a good thing.
I agreed with many, many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president, but I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian.
I just want to say I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes.
It was actually a tremendous blessing to these children for them to be killed and go to heaven and be with God.
We've been hoodwinked. We've been taken in by an ideology crafted by creeps and then pushed on children.
Stop letting people pressure you into thinking,
if they die, they die.
I want to be ignorant, honestly.
Being a Christian doesn't exclude us from experiencing spiritual dryness.
We're bad people. All of us are bad people.
So that includes the clip from Craig saying it was a blessing for the children to be killed. It's wonderful. But I do agree with Ruslan, that fella at the end there. Not all Christians are bad people, but that kind of apologist abso-fucking-lutely are. So yay and things. So the text on screen is Deuteronomy 20, where I forget if it's the Lord or Moses because it's only a partial quote, but it says, "You shall save alive nothing that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them, the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites." Alas, poor Jeebus. As the
I'll check
Lord
it,
your
but
God.
usually when it says as the law your God commands, usually it's from the perspective of God, usually. But I'll look it up. There's a KJV. I'll look it up and make sure. Usually when it's said as your God commands, it's usually sort of God speaking.
There's a whole lot of "for I am the Lord," or
Yeah.
there's a lot of reaffirming sort of thing. But I mean, it could be like Moses or whoever took over for Moses being like, "Oh, well, God said this though. It's not me saying kill them all. It's God saying that."
Yeah.
Or whatever the case may be.
I mean, if that's a prophet of God, is there a difference?
I'd argue that the prophets are, if they were real and not literary devices like Moses clearly was, since he wrote about his own death somehow, that they probably made some shit up. I kind of expect, so there's some laws in some of the sections that are clearly added after the fact and to address specific problems that people have, like the hand washing law, right?
Oh,
Like,
this is Moses speaking. This is Moses speaking.
okay.
Definitely is Moses speaking, yeah.
So hooray. We get it from Moses.
Hey.
That
Yep.
Moses is kill them all, kill them all. God said to, though. It's not me, it's God.
Yeah. Yep.
Objective morals, though. Yes.
At odds with the morality that the vast majority of us now would accept. So I think the appropriate attitude is, as very often, skepticism, doubt. In fact, in this particular case, I think there's pretty strong evidence against the existence of God, very little in favor. Even if you believe in something supernatural, maybe a supernatural being sufficiently powerful to bring about a resurrection, maybe a sufficiently powerful being to give you a feeling of religious experience, that doesn't show an omnipotent, omniscient being. It doesn't go any way towards showing that. And I haven't seen any
I actually
arguments
agree
that
with
do.
this because I've got the Star Trek argument for the resurrection, that resurrection could have been accomplished by Captain Kirk, teleporters, replicators, and, you know, a violation of the Prime Directive easily using just the technology from Star Trek.
Okay, yeah. Like Jesus dies, but because Bones has the best medicine in the fucking galaxy, they beam up the body and Bones does a miracle, and it takes 3 days, and then they beam him back down. There's a transporter malfunction and his face looks different.
Maybe, yeah, that's a I hadn't thought of that one, but yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Before I move into the questions from the floor.
Okay, that goes into the Q&A, which we normally don't cover because it's random and not prepared and representative of the debaters. And also, we're 4 hours into the third part of this debate. So yeah, we normally terminate at the end of the conclusions. And yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't hear much from Craig opposed to the arguments that the other person was making. He just sort of at the end said, oh, well, his arguments aren't very valid. It's like, well, you didn't really address them. I think this is a problem because things like, well, how do you address that we have, out of all minds in the universe, complex ones and simple ones, and it depends on how simple or complex the brain is, or some kind of, you know, nerve cluster or whatever it is. And it seems to be the more complex the mind, the more complex the, you know, physical mechanism for thinking is. And that holds true for computers, to humans, to animals, to everything. And anytime we have consciousness of any sort, and he did not address anything to do with that, because you're basically saying that there is one exception, and that is a God which has no physical substructure to it, but is the most complex mind of all. Well, we would need evidence that that is the case. You can't just assume that straight off the bat. So I think that's really strong evidence. The idea that you have to come up with a defeater in order to show that a God doesn't exist, no, I think that's wrong. You can't come up with a logical defeater for Bigfoot, but we all would say, no, Bigfoot doesn't exist, except for Bigfoot Jesus, all hail Bigfoot Jesus. There's you know, this is sort of the problem here, that you're basically saying, well, I'm going to postulate something that cannot be investigated to any large degree. So it's basically, as Karl Popper points out, you know, in his sort of thing of falsifiability, unfalsifiable things, you know, they can't be investigated at all. And you can't disprove something that can't be investigated. So it's really a sort of almost a shell game here that William Lane Craig is playing. He's basically saying, well, I'm going to define my God as something you can't investigate and is beyond any ability to investigate at all, and then demand that you investigate and find it lacking. Yeah, that is not the way things should work. Or else you would have to believe in Allah, you would have to believe in Buddha, you would have to believe in crystal healing magic, you would have to believe in almost everything under the sun, and that is not a good way to live your life.
I mean, if people feel a need to have to believe in something, might I suggest the sun? Because A, it actually is,
yes,
from a certain point of view, the source of all life on Earth, and B, it does demonstrably exist. So, and the fact you can pray to it and it won't answer, it's a very different type of thing. It doesn't speak your language, you know. It's
so there are some deep sea creatures that do not get the source of their energy from the sun. They actually get it from underwater volcanic vents that provide energy, kind of thing. So that isn't necessarily true, but it does go to show that if you're worshipping the sun, deep sea creatures are demonic and are getting their power from the underworld.
Exactly what I was going to say. I feel like you just proved the solar religion.
And to be honest with you, deep sea creatures being demonic kind of works out, because if you understand the life cycle of an anglerfish, it is horrific, especially for the guy. It is horrific. And cuttlefish are horrific.
There's, oh my goodness, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, so if you don't know a male cuttlefish,
they're not the only animals who go through something sort of like I'm thinking of what is it, sponges that they're animals, but as soon as they find their when they go into their adult form, they melt their brains because they don't have to move again.
I think so, yeah. Well, the anglerfish, in order to mate, the much smaller male basically bites the female. He gets attached by secretions and then physically absorbed into the female, becoming a sperm pouch for her. I mean, that is codependency on a whole nother level. Like, seriously, you may feel like that in your relationship. With anglerfish, it is literally happening. It is so horrific, like tragic, terrible. What the hell, anglerfish?
Clearly, if there's a God, he fucked up pretty bad. Like this is a terrible design. Oh my goodness.
That's a good question to ask Jesus, when apparently he's coming back anytime now for the last 2,000 years. Anytime now. It's why the anglerfish, and why like that? Why you do the anglerfish dirty like that? Seriously, what is going on there, Jesus? Like, why anglerfish?
Why, Jesus? Why? I mean, did Jesus really design it? Okay, I'm going to address one comment. Royal Prince says, by the way, got to ask Ember, are you wearing a crucifix? If you are, I got to ask why. If I were, that would be a good question. Why? But I will show you. It's an Ankh, actually.
Ankh. Yeah.
I don't know how well my camera is picking it up because it is very small, but I think you can see the little hole in the top. It's an Ankh symbol for life, because I am trying my very best to not die. But there's other reasons too. Like one of our good friends of our community, Deviant Outcast, is an Egyptologist, and Egyptian stuff is fucking cool, and ancient symbols are fucking cool, and history is fucking cool, and there's a lot that's fucking cool. But also because it's a symbol of life, and I'm trying very hard to stay alive. But thank you for asking, because it's a neat thing.
Yeah. No, I think angst are just cool. Ever since I saw the what was it, the Sandman graphic novels, where their version of death, which is the second best version of death ever made in any media. The first one obviously being Terry Pratchett's death. I'm sorry, everybody else loses. But yeah, she wore an ankh around her neck, and it was really cool and you know, edgy and stuff. And it was just an awesome series. Unfortunately, written by a complete ass, but you know, the series was good. Sandman was a really good graphic novel.
That person, he's a very good writer. It's just, as a person, he kind of
sucks.
Had some problems. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. As for the debate itself, suffice it to say, we covered the things as we went, and frankly, Craig was an utter failure at being convincing. Even if Professor Peter had, I realized I called him Patrick through half the debate, but
yeah, I was calling him Macmillan at one point. I was calling him Macmillan because apparently my brain just decided that's what would happen. And yay, go brain. Yay, meet computer. Had a bit of buggy code. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Perfect
it's
design.
It's fine. Oh,
made in the image of God, I'm told. That kind of explains a lot, if true. But I digress. The point is, even if Peter had stayed home, Bill fumbled this so badly, he wouldn't have been convincing if he were unopposed.
I don't know. I think the fine-tuning is the best argument that creationists have. I think that is the best one, but it's not great. I think that is a pretty good argument. However, it falls down mostly because it makes a lot of assumptions of unknowns, like probabilities and things. You're assuming you know the probabilities of this versus that. You have to rely on Bayesian analysis, which, if you're unaware, Bayesian kind of, it's an analysis where you basically make probabilities on set parameters that are unknown, expecting it to update over time. So things that are unknown, but you're going to find out, and that alters the probabilities. So it's a problem that we know so little about where the universe comes from or how it formed. To do a Bayesian analysis on it, I think it's a real mistake. But, you know, I think that they've taken the idea that, hey, isn't it interesting that all of these values support life, and gone with, oh, it's so improbable. I don't know. I would not guess at the probabilities. I don't know a physicist that would guess at the probabilities. But it is a you know, argument that is used because, yeah, it is interesting that all of these values are conducive to life. It is interesting. What's the probability? I don't think anyone knows.
Well, I don't like the question because it's got that overtone of circularity to it, the baked in assumptions and things, because the probability is 1 because that's what happened. Could it have been any different? We don't even know, you know? So it's messy, but we can't say, we don't have the information to say if there would have been some kind of life, if not us. It seems to be that we're something of an anomaly, an emergent property in the way physics came out, but it, based on the universe we have, it certainly seems it was not an intended effect, because there's a lot better ways to do that if we were. And also, you know, make it clear that was the point, instead of having to go through 5 mass extinctions to pave the way to make mammals possible. You know, it's a bad design, you might say, but Maybe I'm just a squishy meatbag who can't comprehend the full majesty of the divine plan. That's possible too.
Well, that's another argument. But then how do people know God exists and has a plan? Like somebody must have comprehended it at some point. So
what's the direct revelation thing you see? Humans don't have to understand if God leans down and whispers in your ear. Yeah. Or something.
But I find that interesting because if you tell that microphone who's boss. Yeah,
I know. I'm so abusive to my poor microphones. Like at least a couple of times a week, I'm slapping it around.
Yeah, why not? But I would expect if you had a omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent God whispering in your ear the secrets of the universe, that religion should have found a lot more of our discoveries than science. Right, penicillin. It should have been, some priest somewhere that did it. It should have been anything at all. Like we've just I was looking at good news that we've had recently because damn, the news has been bad. And apparently, somebody seems to have found a treatment for babies getting malaria. So that might have been really good to share, for God to share that. Like, oh, I don't know, 100 years ago. Just saying. Or, shared penicillin like a few hundred years earlier before everybody died of gangrene. Like, it would have been really cool. So, I think that if you did have the ear of a God like that, then it's kind of a bit of a dick move not to share all of these amazing discoveries with people.
And also bats as birds. Let us not forget.
Sure. Why not? Now, if we're making crap up, let's just go hog wild. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Bats are birds. Sure. Why not?
I love bats as birds. It's just, it's so funny. It's so silly.
Yeah, smallpox vaccine. Absolutely. That would have been great. That would have been great before the, millions of people died of smallpox. Yes, absolutely.
For sure. Alrighty, so it has been fun. Remember, folks, next week we're back over at Mark's, and then the week after back over here. We alternate and whatnot. Fresh debate next week. Mark gets to pick. It's been a minute.
I have already chosen
months on this one.
I have already chosen. I've chosen the Destiny versus D'Souza debate that was on Pangburn.
Okay.
A couple of weeks ago, I think. So it's very, very new. Unlike this one, this is an old one. But D'Souza's always D'Souza. I mean, he is a convicted criminal that's been pardoned for some reason. I don't understand why. But Destiny. I don't watch a lot of Destiny at all. I've don't get me wrong. Absolutely seen him in passing and stuff. But it should be fun. I don't think I've got any real problem with Destiny's debates. I have no idea. So, hey, I saw it come up in my feed, and I'm like, oh, that looks like fun. Considering it is, what's the title of the debate? Anti-Trump versus pro-Trump debate. So yes, get your face palms ready. It's on.
I'm going to need a lot of Tylenol. I got to turn my autism all the way up. All right.
What was D'Souza imprisoned for? He's imprisoned in something.
Yeah, some kind of fraud thing or other. It's shit. I got to look it up. It's been a minute.
Finance fraud.
Ah.
It was finance fraud, yeah.
Okay.
So he pled guilty to making a felony charge of using a straw donor to make an illegal campaign contribution. So he basically made somebody up and then gave money to himself from that person.
Awesome.
Yeah. Illegal. Or to hide the identity of who was giving him money. For whatever reason, he fraudulently made up campaign finance stuff. So yeah. Great.
Oh, he puts out a lot of books too. It's not just the conspiracy theory movies.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Obama imprisoned him for making a film about
Yeah,
it.
he really didn't. He really didn't. No, absolutely not.
Alrighty, my goodness. So that Titan has linked us Mark Reed's channel. It's also linked in the description if you're watching
Awesome.
after the fact and whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Of course, subscribe here as well. Join us for Learning Together Live every Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. More debate reviews to come, bonus shows here and there around the square, so on and so forth. And any thoughts before we head on out, Mark?
Anglerfish should be stricken from the record. Let's just, I'm sure they have a biological niche that's very important in where they are. I just don't want to live with them. So yeah, I've had a great time. Thank you so much. It's been awesome. It's great to be back. We had sort of a bit of a break over the holidays, so it's so good to see everybody again. I totally, for some reason, I forgot how fun this was. So joke's on me. Yeah, I might have to skip one on the 24th because it's a debate and it takes precedence over these things. We Ember and I have had an agreement since the beginning of this. If either one of us had a debate to do, it would take precedent over here. So yeah, I will have a debate going on about over objective versus subjective morality, but I'll probably live stream it or whatever. So I'll have something going on. My apologies, Ember. It's just, yeah, the only data I could get, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, these I enjoy these too. They are a fuck ton of fun, but they're very low key. There's no rush.
Yeah.
We get the next part the next time. No big.
Yeah, no worries. So thank you, everybody. It's been a blast.
Yay. Thank you all so much for joining. Remember to push all the YouTube buttons and, to steal from Forrest Valkai, please exit through the gift shop on your way out. And as always, remember, you don't have to destroy all the nations around you in order to believe in a God, because you are better than religion. Good night. Thanks to all our patrons and top-level members for December. Miranda, Karen Butcher, Jessica the Transmetal Alchemist, Robin Webster, Maya Adkison, Jimmy Tux, Ian Chen, Lilith, Ember Lynn, The Barely Bearable Atheist, Eric Wander, Jason Jacoby, Lil of All Trades, Deviant Outcast, Kelly King, the Detroit Atheist Queen, The Mighty Filbert, Secular Feelinist, and Geo Sam. And you can add your name here next month by signing up at patreon.com/betterthanember or by joining Emberships here on YouTube at the Cinder level, which includes all the custom emojis, tons of member-exclusive content, member-only live streams, and a bunch of other stuff. I deeply appreciate all the supporters who keep this channel going. Thank you so much. Because of you, we're building a wonderful community that I'm very proud of.
Just like a spark that's breaking out.